They're going to find their mojo. Kreider annihilates Aho on the one end of the ice and then scores the shorthanded goal on the other end. Boy, Trocheck with a Marchand move last night on the second goal when he takes the hit from Aho and delivers the pass to Panarin and then they score. And Trocheck, did you see he gets cross-checked from behind by Aho, and obviously you got to take it. And so he kind of turns around, watches the goal scored, and Trocheck just made sure to figure skate around Aho, turn around and right in his face, go. And I'm like, oh my God, it's a little Brad Marchand move there. We haven't had a lot of guys who have done that lately. And of course, that makes me think back to '94, and who would have done that on that team? That would have been Tikkanen. Tikkanen would have done that while yapping the whole time. I really wouldn't mind going to the finals. I got to be honest. I could that would work for me. A little June hockey, that would work for me.
Would you catch a game?
No. Do you know what it would cost to get in the Garden?
No, people someone at CBS couldn't take care of you.
Catch a game, David.
Probably not, because they'd have enough people that they'd all want it. They've got 4 seats on the aisle too.
But they know you're a Rangers fan, right?
Yeah, they're all Rangers fans that work at CBS. They all live in New York.
Tell Danielson to call in a chip.
I will. I'll actually, when they win this series, if they win it, I'll say to Gary.
I mean, even Jacksonville has direct flights to New York, David.
I'll even say to Gary, I'll go, listen, I'll use my miles. I'll fly you up. Let's go. I said, I'll make a deal with you. We go to the game. If it goes to overtime, you can go back to the hotel room. You can go to bed.
No.
10 o'clock, man. Gary turns into a pumpkin at 10 o'clock.
Well, just make sure the Rangers don't let him back into the series.
Oh, trust me. I know. Lavalette should know. Wasn't he head coach of the Flyers when they came from 3-0 down against the Bruins and went all the way to the finals?
EB, bring the snark. Bring it. We love the snark.
Oh, man. Imagine being his roommate. Are you a morning person, Trent, or is this just 24/7?
Not by nature at all.
Okay, all right.
A lot of this, jokes aside, by the way, is artificial. Every morning I wake up, I gotta shotgun a coffee, get going. Some random energy drink that just tastes like, I'm a night owl. That was the biggest adjustment of this job, is having to wake up at.
Sure.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I mean, in college and then living in Nashville, it was like average bedtime was 2:30.
By the way, you guys will be happy to know I just washed my hands. I use soap and everything.
My wife, all over you. She's obviously he's not in the medical field. We know that.
Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. It's a Friday, heading into Mother's Day weekend. Don't screw that one up either. Don't. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm good. You just reminded me. I got to get all my Mother's Day stuff done today.
Yeah, it just, that's a biggie. That's a biggie. Gotta, if you're not making dining plans or what have you, you need to, probably some flowers, at the very least, but of course the key at this stage, I mean, you just have to make sure the two grandkids, that stuff from them arrives, right?
Exactly. And it's a work in progress with my 24-year-old son.
I know it is. It always is, apparently.
He's not an adult when it comes to doing adult things. He's paying his bills. He's taking care of life. He's the important things. He's there, but
right.
Taking care of family birthdays and Mother's Day and things like that, he sucks.
It's still optional for him, right?
He sucks. There's just no two ways about it.
Right.
I had Trent over there laughing. I don't think Trent's much better.
No.
Trent, did you send your mother a Mother's Day card?
Got to get on that today.
So it'll get there sometime next week.
Yeah, I was going to say, no sense putting it in the mail now. Oh, my goodness.
Texts don't really work for Mother's Day. You can get away with texting your dad Happy Father's Day.
Oh yeah,
and dads are fine with that. I'll let you in on something. They prefer a little something. They wouldn't even mind. A card would be fine. It's a little notification that says, "Hey, he actually remembered." But Mom, you can't screw that up.
Different playbook with Mom.
Yeah, it's a prerequisite. So, yeah, you're going to, I don't know, come up with something electronic. Although, here's the problem. He's waited so long. So, you can't order flowers now. I mean, it's,
You can't afford them.
Exactly. It's like the gross national product of a small country if you call and you order flowers now. I mean, it really is. I laughed. I went into the Florida because I'm leaving town today. And I get back on Mother's Day. I'm going to see my mom, though. All right. Mom and I my godson is, graduating college. We're all going. And so I'm going to see her. I'm actually driving her. We're driving to the airport together on Sunday. So I will see her on Mother's Day. But I wanted to leave something for the wife.
Important.
Right. But I won't be here Sunday morning when she wakes up and what have you. So I got flowers yesterday. Okay. And there's this little place about 1.5 miles from where we live, and they advertise, they got a big billboard. They advertise their price, and it went up $5 from Wednesday to Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. And I walked in and I laughed. I'm standing in line laughing. And the lady goes, "What are you laughing about?" And I go, I said to myself, I should have come in yesterday. I go, and sure enough, that cost me $5. And she laughed and she goes, "Yeah, it'll cost you more if you wait until tomorrow too." I go, "Yeah, sure it will."
It's the way this goes.
Yep. It's it's their season. They got a few of them.
And good on you. I can't give you a hard time from going to the florist, but Publix is still the
no. I'm very anti that. I'm very anti.
Why?
I just
I figured out from my wife and mother. They don't care where the flowers come from. They don't. And the Publix flowers last every bit as long as any other flowers out there.
I don't know. They just, what? Maybe it's my bias.
It is.
It's my bias. It's like hanging some artwork. And if it's in a nice place, you go, "Oh, look at that artwork." And now if you took that same artwork and put it on the walls of my house, okay, I would go, it's okay. It could be the exact same picture. That maybe that's my bias. And I love Publix. I'm literally in Publix 3 times a week. If 72 hours goes by and I'm not in Publix, something has gone horribly wrong.
I got you.
I'm there all the time.
What's the first thing you see when you walk in? The flowers.
No, I walk right past them. I don't even see them. To me, by the way, I always see the deli. I swear, I'm meat. Right to the deli.
My daughter with the bakery, because they give the kids the free cookie.
Mm-hmm.
And my daughter lives. If I'm going to Publix and if I say I'm going anywhere, the daughter has no interest in going with me.
Right.
We're going to Publix.
Oh,
cookie.
Okay.
I can.
Yeah. Like a dog. Yep. So yeah, Mother's Day. Come on, and you've got time. You've got time. You really do. You can win Mother's Day, even if right now you're starting from scratch. It'll probably just cost you, a couple more dollars than you were planning on. So big weekend for Mom. Hope everybody able to celebrate. With
We've been
their
trying to
moms.
hook you up for weeks. We've been telling you two things: Molly Maid,
Right,
get her a cleaner,
and Diamond District.
and
Right.
Diamond District.
Yeah.
You don't lose with either of those.
Can't do any better. I mean, we really do picking games, not so good. Advice for the women in your life, we're really good.
Well, we're pretty
Really
good
good.
at double headers.
As long as
And our doubleheader, right. Okay, we just need more doubleheaders because we're getting just about everything else wrong. I'm done with your Celtics. Okay, stop it. Don't talk me into betting the Celtics ever again. Not this group of Celtics. Okay, no, this ain't Garnett and Pierce and Allen. This ain't Larry, McHale, and the boys. Those Celtics I could bet on. They're going to show up every damn game. These Celtics, for goodness sakes, I said to you, okay, we were. You know what? I shouldn't blame you in any way, shape, or form.
thank you.
Okay, but I'm going to a little bit because I did say, are we sure the Celtics mail one game in every series and they mailed game 2 in the first round against Miami? And then you pointed out the facts. Okay, so I can't blame you because you hit me with the facts. You didn't hit me with a gut feeling. You didn't hit me with a, well, no. You said, Moulton. Okay, the Cavs are 0-6 the last 2 years in the playoffs. Not only are they 0-6, they're 0-6 against the number. Okay? They're terrible on the road. Terrible.
And the Celtics
you're
took
right.
game 2 off again.
Boy, did they ever.
I heard someone talking about the Celtics, and it's true. And, basically that when you win that many games during the regular season and don't win every game in the playoffs, you've wronged you're going to take abuse for it. They're expected to win every game until they get to the NBA Finals. And if they don't, it's, oh boy, what's wrong with the Celtics?
Well, I think they're certainly expected to win every home game. I mean, this is the second time now as a double-digit favorite. Do you know there have been 8 teams? I don't know how far back we have to go, but there have been 8 teams to lose a home game as a double-digit favorite over like the last, 8 years. Do you know the Celtics have done it 4 times? I mean, and they've done it now twice this playoff. I mean, this is for a team that is clearly the best team in the conference. And who knows, Mark, when you talk about their talent and their experience, I mean, they may get OKC or Minnesota in the final. They're going to be the more experienced team with more wins in the regular season. 2 guys making $60 million, for goodness sake, on their team. They're going to be expected to win. And yet their clunker is bad. It's like Toronto Raptors bad. It's like, seriously? Is this the best team in the East? And what is driving me nuts is we're watching other teams. The T-Wolves are undefeated. The Knicks show up every night. Every night the Knicks show up. They don't win, but every night they show up. Why can't the Celtics show up every night? Is that too much to ask? What the hell are you not showing up for?
And it looks like when it starts going badly for them, and they should have a B game, if you know what I mean.
Right.
When the threes aren't going, get the ball inside, drive to the hoop, do something.
Right, except stand around and go, let's just keep chucking them up.
Tatum's body language also, he just as a player, even when things are going well, he's kind of just it's a bad look when things aren't going well, if you know what I mean.
We've been around him now. This is month 7. I don't think he's ever gone body language before.
Boy, you just developed a kinship with one David Moulton right there. Body language.
This is
you
like
in the damn body language.
This is the only thing I miss about Bill O'Reilly and the O'Reilly factor. Once a week, he'd literally bring on a body language expert. I absolutely. It was my favorite segment of the week. Honestly, I'm like, this is so bad. It's awesome. This segment could be on SNL. And he's dead serious about this. You're going to go body language, huh?
Yeah, Tatum just looks disinterested half the time, even when they're winning.
There are people that really believe in the whole body language thing. Gino Auriemma, man. He talks about it all the time. He says, I recruit off of body language. I just watch your body language on the bench and decide whether or not I'm going to keep recruiting him or not. He is all into body language.
Well, how's it worked out for him?
Well, it helps that he's also got 5 stars for the last 25 years.
When you can choose between which McDonald's All-American
Exactly.
you're taking based off of body language, that's an advantage that most coaches don't have. There's 8 of you. All sit down, and I'll figure out which 5 I want.
Right. Remember, Caitlin Clark wanted to go to UConn, but he said, I already got Paige Beckers. I'm good. By the way, they had 14,000 last night for a preseason game.
Oh,
this is a WNBA preseason game, by the way. They had 14,000.
What'd the A's have?
Well, they almost drew that for the 3-game series, Mark.
Right.
Come on now. Oh, wow. This body language. Man, oh, man. So, Miller and Moulton. Playoffs delivered again last night, just when we thought we know what's going to go on. Not so much. Hockey, Mark, it's that whole goaltending thing. You can dominate a team, 2-1 shots, 2-1 hits. Okay, more times on the power play, win over 60% of your faceoffs, and you can lose.
And that would mean that your team may have won.
Uh-oh. If that's
7
the case,
straight times in the postseason.
If that's the case, then I'm starting to get excited.
Because the last time that they won 7 straight playoff games to start a playoff was 1994.
Wow. How did that end up?
Trying to figure out how that season ended. David's held himself in through the opening monologue because the big fella's a little giddy. The starting 5 is 25 minutes away on a great sports Friday. How about that?
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Are you looking to make this Mother's Day unforgettable? Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are excited to help. This year, she'll get the ice and you'll get the cooler. A premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. With their stunning selection of fine diamond jewelry and exotic gemstone jewelry, you'll be sure to find the perfect gift that will help make this Mother's Day special. And with your purchase of $1,800 or more, you'll receive a free premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. Whether you're already part of the Diamond District family or will be meeting them for the first time, you'll fall in love quickly with their selection, quality, value, and experienced non-commissioned team. Jason and Todd are in the store nearly every day and are excited to hand you a premium Yeti cooler when she gets the ice. Visit Jason and Todd with the Diamond District this Mother's Day week from the 8th through the 12th to receive your Yeti cooler with a purchase of $1,800 or more. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to the Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
David, you ever met Jim Tomasula?
He's chewing, but the answer's no.
Okay.
You're still on mute. There you go.
Why?
Because there's that clip of it's a long story. My brother and I love Jim Tomasula. There's the clip where
Because of that presser when he takes over from Harbaugh?
well, that, and there's another one. I think he was with Washington. Someone gets a big sack, and you can see him, and you can read his lips, and he screams "F him," and he's all fired up. It's funny. So we love Jim Tomasula. Paula, happy birthday to your husband.
You can't play without a rangefinder?
I don't
I
even
mean,
know what rangefinder
the yardage markers are right there. You just walk it off.
Stop it. What is this, 1982?
You use a rangefinder?
Yes.
No, never. Hate him.
David's never played golf when rangefinders were used.
Not true. But
You haven't played regular golf in 20 years.
not regular golf, but I mean, I've been in a group and they've offered me the rangefinder, and I'm like, no part of it. I don't.
I don't even know what a rangefinder looks like. Let me look this up. Hang on.
That is, though, remarkable, Paula. That story that you're telling there. We forgot it, so I ordered one. It'll be here before our tea time. That's pretty cool.
Amazon's delivering overnight now. I'm waking up in the morning, there's packages on the door. They got a third shift going. That'd be perfect job for you.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh. All right. I've got my new backup plan for when our third act ends. Okay. I'm going to do, it's either going to be UPS or Amazon, something like that. And it'll be perfect too, because they don't want you full time. And so I'll say, listen, I can do 3 days a week. I can do an 8-10 hour shift, whatever you need. Mello, we did see that, yes.
Not many private clubs have the GPS, especially when you can have your own carts, Brown Chicken. Like, we don't have it at our place. Most everybody has their own cart. Same thing at Fiddle.
Paula, it would be another reason for me to get an Amazon Prime membership. 78 complaints, EB. 78 in 2 games. If you think about it, that's almost a complaint a minute. They played 96 minutes.
We're coming back. We got to think of a poll question next break.
Didn't we last night?
We can go with that.
Obviously, you don't want to.
No, I have no problem with it. I just want to talk it out.
Okay. Well, apparently we had a lot of time here. So do you want to go with the texts or emails thing?
We can. Unless we want a Mother's Day type question. That was the only other thing I was thinking.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan to join us a little bit later on the show for one of his 2 weekly visits. We'll see if he can handle, his favorite minor league hockey team lost last night.
Yeah, but they're up 3-1 in the series. He should be fine.
It's my hope. I don't think he's, I know he's a huge fan, but I also think he's still able to keep it in some perspective. When you lose up 3-0, it's okay. You don't want to lose many more, but you can afford the one. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So are the Pacers whining here? I mean, can you write the column where you make fun of them and you come up with the cartoon face and you put it like right next to the coach and the fake tears and what have you? 78 complaints of calls to the league. I mean, they've only played 96 minutes.
Yeah, they're really getting jobbed, according to Rick Carlisle and company. I mean, this is
well, but also, in all seriousness for a second, I mean, he is not he is flat out saying that the fix is in. He's not using those exact words, but he is saying we are getting jobbed, and we are getting jobbed because the NBA wants the Knicks to win. And the NBA is biased against small market teams. I mean, he is saying that, by the way. He has said those words.
He has said those exact words,
well,
which doesn't make a lot of sense because Oklahoma City's doing just fine. The T-Wolves aren't really a small market, but
also there's you're right, because they really held it against San Antonio all those years.
Right.
I mean, there's so much evidence that what he's saying is, and not only that, the Knicks haven't even made it to a conference final in 24 years. You're right. The league is totally in the tank for the big market teams. All right. But if you're a commissioner, and I know this commissioner, by the way, I'm sorry, I think he's the worst commissioner in sports. Adam Silver. I do. I think he's a joke. An absolute joke.
Really?
He is so pro player, and I'm pro player, and I'm complaining about Adam Silver. That's how little discipline, that's how he doesn't drop the hammer, okay, except on this gambling scandal, which you have to drop the hammer on.
Well, I find it hysterical. Like, Beverly got 4 games for throwing the ball back and forth with a fan. You can throw a heating pad at a referee, and that's a $100,000 fine. It is such BS.
Right.
It's an absolute joke.
You can throw something at an official during play, by the way, not during a timeout where you go to the bench, you grab something, you throw it in disgust. The play is going on, and a heating pad comes flying off the bench.
Well,
and then a towel.
Hang on. We talked about this, though, and we all agreed that they weren't going to suspend.
No. We also, because we've got 10 years of this guy as commissioner, we knew exactly how he was going to act. And we even said, to show you how he has no moral compass, if you will, we said if the series wasn't 2-0 Minnesota, he'd get suspended. But since they're down 2-0, he won't. Why? He basically doesn't want to bury the Nuggets. It's as if Adam Silver's got money on the Nuggets game 3. Because you want to, come on, if it was 1-1, would he be suspended for game 3?
I think so.
Well, so David, it sounds like
Trent, yes or no? Yes or no? If it was 1-1, would he have suspended Jamal Murray for game 3?
I would agree with you. I think so.
Okay, well, that in and of itself shows he shouldn't be commissioner.
So you agree with Rick Carlisle and the Pacers?
What?
If you think there's bias based on...
No. There's bias based on incompetence from the commissioner. Okay, incompetence. Although you're right. I do think there was bias here because Adam goes, well, I can't punish him because he's the second best player, and then the series essentially will be over. See, that was a little different take on the Adam Silver voice. Okay, if you noticed, it was a little different.
I like that.
But yeah, 78 complaints. I mean, 96 minutes. I mean, that's a complaint about what? About every minute, 15 seconds. And remember, they do call plenty of fouls, so I can only imagine. I mean, wow. Man, this series must be the worst officiated series ever. So I don't know. I mean, there's gamesmanship, Mark. I mean, we're hockey guys. The hockey guys do the gamesmanship thing all the time. All the time. Is this gamesmanship or is this just, man, you're being a crybaby?
David, it's a crybaby. Gamesmanship might have been the 29 calls in one game. When you amp it up to 48 calls in one game.
I know.
That you're complaining about. You want to put 5 or 6 calls on there and say, hey, this is egregious. This has got to be handled better. If you're the league office, it's tough to take 48 complaints seriously. I'm not kidding you. I worked for a minor league team who the president would routinely send things to the league office. After a while, it falls upon deaf ears when you continually do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like I was in an industry where we used to get a lot of resume tapes, and I'd go through long stretches where I didn't even take them out of the package. I just stacked the packages up. I mean, that's what I'm wondering if you're the New York offices here. 78 complaints. I mean, that's when you turn to somebody and you go, give me your best 5.
What intern is having to watch these complaints?
Totally. That's what I'd say to Marcus, the intern. Marcus, give me your best 5. You watch all 78. Give me a top 10. I'll even go 10. Give me a top 10 list. Letterman hasn't been on the air in 9 years. I don't even know if you could say, a Letterman top 10 list. Marcus is so young, he may not know what that is.
I think, Trent's eyes, he has no clue what you're talking about.
Zero.
Man. Unbelievable.
Hurts, doesn't it?
Yes, that one hurts. He was 15 when Letterman stopped doing his show, and he doesn't know a Letterman top 10 list. Never mind Oprah, Oma, Oprah.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Where are you going to go?
Where are you going to go?
Oprah,
So,
Oma, Oprah?
yeah, I got that wrong. It's Uma, Oprah, Uma.
Letterman hosting the Oscars.
Right, 30 years
David
ago.
Letterman. He was a pretty big deal.
Oh, I know who Letterman is.
I'm glad that you do.
No. So Uma was on one side of the stage and Oprah was on the other where they were sitting. And so he just went, Uma, Oprah, Uma. And oh my goodness, the Academy Awards people lost their minds because that's how uptight they are. So speaking of uptight, back to Rick Carlisle. Man, I mean, it's 78 complaints. So the fix is in tonight, right? First 13 calls all go against the Knicks.
Oh,
Pacers.
Absolutely. The Pacers will shoot more free throws. They'll win this game
by 34 tonight, right?
Gotta love the Pacers tonight.
Totally. Lines, I think 7.5. Yep. They're favored by 7.5 at home. Hell, we don't even know if Brunson's going to play, to be honest with you. I would bet the Pacers because there's a chance Brunson doesn't play. And by the time you find that out, you'll have it at 7.5 before the line jumps to about 10.5.
Yeah, because without Brunson, they have no chance.
Well, and I don't know if they have a chance tonight with, Anunoby's not playing either. I mean, they're damn near. I mean, he's short in the bench, pretty short as it is. I love the fact everybody's yelling at him. He's playing his guys too many minutes. He basically
what choice does he have?
Right. I'm trying to win. We don't have many good players left.
And it seems that, the Villanova guys don't want to come off the court in the second half anyhow. So I don't know what the complaint is. They want to play. He wants to play him. Seems like a nice marriage, David.
I think Josh Hart has played 48 minutes in half the playoff games.
He's averaging so far 49 minutes in the playoffs. Yeah. Because they had a game go overtime. Miller and Moulton, the starting 5 is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Are you looking to make this Mother's Day unforgettable? Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are excited to help. This year, she'll get the ice and you'll get the cooler. A premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. With their stunning selection of fine diamond jewelry and exotic gemstone jewelry, you'll be sure to find the perfect gift that will help make this Mother's Day special. And with your purchase of $1,800 or more, you'll receive a free premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. Whether you're already part of the Diamond District family or will be meeting them for the first time, you'll fall in love quickly with their selection, quality, value, and experienced non-commissioned team. Jason and Todd are in the store nearly every day and are excited to hand you a premium Yeti cooler when she gets the ice. Visit Jason and Todd with the Diamond District this Mother's Day week from the 8th through the 12th to receive your Yeti cooler with a purchase of $1,800 or more. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to the Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Florida.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So, David, I took a look at that email you sent. I think we're gonna have to, or I'm gonna have to reach out to those people.
What people?
There was a contact.
I reached out to every station.
No, the satellite people.
Oh,
Because we got to figure out how.
Right, I'm connecting differently.
Yeah, so we got to figure out if we got to get new software in here. I don't know what we have to do.
That's the thing, because we're not connecting via
Westwood.
Westwood One.
To?
It's link up, but that's not an option on the thing I don't know. We can talk about this later, but
okay. So are you going to have to talk to somebody in that building?
yes, and I will today. Except we don't have I don't know who I'm going to talk to.
Tig. First, you got to talk to the satellite people, see what you have to get. Then you have to talk to Tig.
Okay. I love how that email started with "the future has arrived."
Did you see that Panarin tip in? That is filthy.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Man, that's something you try in preseason game type stuff. That's ridiculous. That's screwing around at the practice rink while getting cross-checked in the back.
All right, poll question. Do we want to do a Mother's Day question or do we want to do the text email question?
What would the Mother's Day question be?
Someone had one in there. Do you still have to do you buy your wife a Mother's Day gift?
Ooh. So the answers would be yes or nope, comma, only mom.
Yeah.
All right. Normally I don't. for the record.
Well, it's also like if you have kids, you kind of
Right. Well, yeah.
you help the kids do theirs, so it's
Well,
kind
yeah, but you put a lot of pressure on the kids. That's what you do. You're like, hey, it's the one time a year where you got to show up, okay? Yeah, but RCB, you know the point we're asking with the question. The question is, do you like give her a gift like coming from you, like to honor her for being the mother of your children?
If your wife is also a mom, do you buy her a Mother's Day gift? Is that okay, everybody?
Starting a little early, Ed.
Oh, never a dull moment.
A Mother's Day gift for having dogs? Huh. Yeah, I can't make that equation.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, Pat Kirwan, a little more than an hour. So, behind the scenes, before we get to the starting five, we're all over ourselves on this show about doing a better job with a poll question. I don't know why, don't know how important it is to the show, okay, but we want to do it better. And we're not good at it. And I mean, we've been consistently not good at it for 18 years. So we're trying to be better, to the point that now we're actually discussing it the night before in texts.
Sometimes.
Right, not consistently.
Sometimes it's just snarky comments.
Right, sometimes. Sometimes it's like Adam Silver, selective justice. Going to come down hard on Patrick Beverly for throwing a ball at a fan. But if you actually throw something on the court during the game, get your checkbook out. It's okay. So last night, I sent out a little thing about the show to Trent and to Mark. And Mark immediately responds, which is not Mark, by the way. I'm the one that responds immediately. Like, I respond almost before you hit send. I mean, the phone is like attached to my forearm, and I'm always responding. 7 hours could go by before you get a response from Mark, or Mark can just look at the text and go, it's not worthy of a response. Mark immediately responds last night. And so now it got me thinking, could that be a poll question? How quickly do you respond to texts or emails?
Depends on who they're from.
It does. That's fair.
I have to admit, I respond to everyone the same.
I don't.
And I can't blame you. I mean, people are more important than other people in our lives, but I must admit, I am an equal opportunity texter.
If they are a client, it is immediate. If they are my wife, it is immediate.
Okay, everybody else? So in other words, if I really want to get a hold of you, I have to pretend that I've got a real estate thing going on.
I'll get right back to you. I can assure you of that.
That is true. When you sold my house, man, you were awesome. You were great. That is true. So there's a Mother's Day poll question we're thinking about. We'll get to it here coming up, I promise. Right now it's time for
The starting five stories you need to know. It's the starting five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number one.
Well, let's just start with the NHL. Toronto fired Sheldon Keefe. Boy, that's a shocker, huh? that one. Listen, I don't want to say that things are bad in Toronto. So he gets fired. Hell, he knew it was coming. He might have taped his goodbye message 2 days ago. I thought it was one of the nicer goodbye messages that I've ever seen a coach who got fired tape. First off, it looked like he was out on a boat. He had nothing but water behind him. Okay, he's holding up the phone, and he thanks a lot of people by name. Giving me this opportunity, the credits, and took the blame himself. Said, "Listen, I didn't get it done. I did not get us where we needed to go, and that's on me. And it's a business. I understand it. Players are great. Okay, support staff. I thought it was one of the nicer. I got fired. I deserved it. Okay, wish everybody the best. Hope you have a parade someday soon." He's getting criticized for it. That's how bad things are in Toronto.
David, one of the former hockey players that I worked with, his side gig is he does pools, and I have him do my pool service.
Okay.
He's a Toronto native. He played pro hockey for over a decade.
Right.
Never at the highest level.
Right.
But he's a born and raised Toronto Maple Leafs fan. You would think this guy might have a little more perspective than the average fan, given the fact that he played pro hockey.
Correct.
Jimmy, you over the Leafs yet? Not even close.
So morale's a little low.
It's terrible.
But Sheldon Keefe fired. And do you know, and I'm not making this up, there are 32 teams in the NHL. Since last season ended, since last regular season ended, so we're talking roughly 13 months.
Okay.
Mark, how many of the 32 coaches in the league have been replaced in the last 13 months?
10?
Oh, no, much higher. No.
16?
Higher.
Well, that would be half the league, David.
Like I said, Mark, higher.
19?
18 coaches have been replaced since the end
Wow.
of last year's regular season. If we go back to the All-Star break of 2023, which is roughly February, it's just before the Super Bowl. Since the Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl, 20 coaches have been fired in the NHL. Yeah. Talk about a league that goes through coaches like chiclets. Yeah. John Cooper of the Lightning, longest tenured coach. He's had the job for 11 years, March of 2013. John Tortorella, who's been with the Flyers 2 years, is the 5th longest tenured coach in the league. Remarkable. Rangers beat Carolina for a 3rd straight time, 2nd straight time in overtime, 3-2. Artemi Panarin with the game winner. Filthy tip in between the legs, literally. It's ridiculous. Rangers, I don't want to say they didn't deserve to win the game, but they were outshot 47-25. They were out hit 2-1, and Carolina won 61% of the faceoffs. Rangers won. They're up 3 spit.
Goal tending.
Yeah, yes, they may have the best one. That's a big deal in that sport. Dallas, who blew a 3-0 lead to lose game 1 to Colorado, nearly blew a 4-0 lead last night in the 3rd. Avs scored 3 times, but eventually Dallas with an empty netter to even the series at a game apiece, 5-3. Stars, 2 games tonight, both on TNT. Panthers and Bruins tied at 1 at 7 o'clock. And then Edmonton, Vancouver. Vancouver up 1-0 in that series, 10 o'clock, TNT. NBA, speaking of firing coaches, Frank Vogel, 1 year into his 5-year deal, fired in Phoenix.
Yep, it was his fault.
Yep. Everybody else has lost to the T-Wolves. But Suns got swept. They had a 49-win regular season, and Frank Vogel's out. Just like that. I mean, don't feel too sorry for him, though. I mean, he's got like 15 million or whatever coming to him.
Yeah, it's 4 years left on a contract that he'll be double dipping in no time.
No doubt. He'll be good. Celtics, who were 13.5-point favorites, lost at home by 24 to a Cavs team who hadn't won a road playoff game, well, in a while. And by a while, we mean like, since LeBron was on the team. 118-94. Cavs shot 55% and hit 13 threes. And this game was tied at the half, and Cleveland won by 24. Celtics only hit 8 threes and shot 41% from the field. Donovan Mitchell, 29 points in the win. And top seed OKC lost for the first time in the playoffs. Dallas got 29 from PJ Washington, along with a really good game from Luka. And he has not been good so far in the playoffs, but he had 29 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists. And Dallas beat OKC 119-110 to even that series at a game apiece. Knicks and Pacers tonight in Indiana. Pacers a 7.5-point favorite. And Denver, Minnesota. Why are the T-Wolves only a 4.5-point favorite?
Desperation.
Okay. 7 and 9:30 are those two games on ESPN. By the way, for the Knicks, Anunoby is out with the hamstring. He's probably out for game 4 at the very least. Also, Brunson questionable with that foot injury. Keep paying attention to that. NBA suspended Patrick Beverley 4 games for the end of the Milwaukee-Indiana series when he threw the ball into the stands, hit a fan in the head. Celtics assistant Charles Lee given a 4-year deal to be the head coach of Charlotte. If you were offered the head coach of the Hornets, would you take it? I mean, seriously, is that?
Oh, I know what you're saying.
Is that not the worst franchise in the league right now?
No, Detroit is.
Really?
No, Detroit is.
Hornets or Pistons?
Pistons.
Okay, all right. And remember Glenn Big Baby Davis sentenced to 40 months in prison for being part of a scheme with the intent to defraud the league's healthcare benefits plan. There's like 18 former NBA players who have gone to jail as part of this fraud scheme. Baseball, only 7 games yesterday. Twins have won 15 of 17. They scored 5 in the first. They beat the Mariners 11-1. Astros avoid the 4-game sweep. They beat the Yankees 4-3, although Judge hit a homer last night that's still in orbit, measured at about 480 feet, his 9th homer of the year. Arizona's won 4 in a row, and the Reds have lost 8 in a row. 5-4, Diamondbacks over our Reds, Mark. Cardinals have lost 5 straight. Milwaukee beat them 7-1. Rockies with a 7-run 4th to win their 9th game of the year. That's not good when you're at nearly Mother's Day and you've only won 9 times in baseball. That's not good. 9-1 Colorado. White Sox 3-2 over the Guardians. And don't look now, but the Kansas City Royals are pretty good. And by pretty good, I mean their run differential is like 1 behind the Orioles and Yankees and 4th best in baseball. Just saying. Kansas City Royals, 10-4 over the Angels. Golf, Wells Fargo, that's at Quail Hollow. Xander Schauffele, 7 under. He's got a 3-shot lead over Morikawa, Alex Noren, and Rory McIlroy. Did you see what they did with Rory yesterday? After the big story on Wednesday was, he's not going back on the PGA Tour policy board. Apparently, they put a whole separate board together to just negotiate the PIF deal. They put him on that board. Of course, he's on it with Adam Scott and Tiger Woods. Those 2 of the guys who didn't want him on the other board.
Right.
Justin Thomas, 3 under. Spieth and Homa, 2 under. LPGA, the Founders Cup in New Jersey. Rose Zhang, 9 under, has a 2-shot lead. That's the 20-year-old American who took the tour by storm last year when she won her first start. Nelly Korda looking for 6 in a row. That's never been done before. She's 3 under, 6 back, tied for 18th. And what I'm about to tell you is real. This is not made up. John Calipari's got a new theory as to how to coach college basketball in the transfer NIL era. He goes, well, why should I offer 13 scholarships? Why should I train guys, half of whom are going to leave to go play for somebody else? Because nobody will sit around and wait a year to play. So if you don't play them for a year, they're going to transfer, even if you promise them playing time the next year. So he goes, I may only sign 8, 9 guys. He goes, I'll play them all. They should all be happy. Some of them will leave anyway. But he basically said, we'll pay him top dollar, and every scholarship guy we have will play. How unhappy can they be? He's serious about this. Right now, he's only got 7 guys on scholarship at Arkansas.
No. I just will pay him top dollar. That was the part of that whole thing that
he didn't say those exact words, but he, I mean, come on. He's got Walmart money, Tyson Food money, Jerry Jones money. I mean, is Arkansas really being outbid for a player?
Not a chance.
Bill Self at Kansas is looking at Arkansas going, wow, they're offering a lot of money. And we just paid $750,000 for the Wisconsin guard. But I don't know if we have Arkansas money. But seriously, Cal's thinking about, I don't know if we should have more than 9 scholarship guys. Because the other 4, they'll all leave anyway. Why should I train them so they go play somewhere else? Is that foolish, or is he onto something?
We'll see. But there is some there.
If you don't get injuries, there's a lot of there. I mean, you find the Trents and the Felipes of the world, okay, to fill in your practice, non-scholarship guys. Come on, you want to be part of the team? Trent, would you do that? And when you were at Michigan State, if Izzo only signed 9 guys, but he literally needed the best intramural players he could find to fill out the roster for practice, would you have signed up?
Of course.
And it looks as if Netflix is getting the 2 NFL games on Christmas.
Netflix.
And it's 7 minutes before the hour. That was
the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Make sure you keep that subscription up to date. Don't want to have to be locked in Christmas morning to watch your NFL games on Netflix. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Are you looking to make this Mother's Day unforgettable? Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are excited to help. This year, she'll get the ice and you'll get the cooler. A premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. With their stunning selection of fine diamond jewelry and exotic gemstone jewelry, you'll be sure to find the perfect gift that will help make this Mother's Day special. And with your purchase of $1,800 or more, you'll receive a free premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. Whether you're already part of the Diamond District family or will be meeting them for the first time, you'll fall in love quickly with their selection, quality, value, and experienced non-commissioned team. Jason and Todd are in the store nearly every day and are excited to hand you a premium Yeti cooler when she gets the ice. Visit Jason and Todd with the Diamond District this Mother's Day week from the 8th through the 12th to receive your Yeti cooler with a purchase of $1,800 or more. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to the Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Is it safe to say that teams that are playing football on, is that a turkey? I don't think Thanksgiving has anything to do with if you're playing on Christmas, unless it involves how many national appearances you get. Hand raiser, Irish. You can't do electric when you let it go as long as I do. You can only do electric if it's like, a day or two tops. Otherwise, it just tears your face up. I did electric when I was in TV because you shaved all the time.
Also, EB, of course, I've heard of Bob Ryan, except my generation knows Bob Ryan as from, TV, like Around the Horn. Those, or PTI, he'll be on every now and then. I never really read his.
You don't remember the sports reporters.
No, that's true.
No, I mean, that was the first. The sports reporters was kind of the first
format
radio talk show that went to TV.
Okay.
It's a Sunday morning show on ESPN. It was Bob Bryan, Mike Lupica were seemingly there every week.
Dick Schaap was the host, and then the fourth person rotated. Okay. Bill Conlon in Philly was on a lot. He turned out to be
Mitch Albom was on a lot.
Mitch Albom was on a lot. But yeah, Ryan and Lupica were the staples. It was always great spring training in Fort Myers, and Bob Ryan will be down for covering the Red Sox, and he would listen to our show and our station because he's in town and he wants some sports talk. So he found the ESPN station, and one time Bob was came up, started talking to me about things that we had talked about on our show. I said, we're not as angry as the EEI in Boston. He goes, no, you're not.
Yep, Wes, the Marlins and Rays are blacked out. That's why I didn't get MLB TV. Can't watch either Florida team.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. Hope you've had a good week. Happy Friday. Mother's Day weekend. Mother's Day might be the focus of the poll question. You didn't put one up. We've talked about 3 or 4 different questions. Did you put one up?
I did not.
Okay. Are we going Mother's Day?
We can. We probably should.
Although I have to admit, you got me going talking about when I just asked you about texting and returning text. And you said, well, if you're a client or you're my wife, I return them immediately. Everybody else, which first off now has me for the rest of, my life. I'm going to be like, son of a gun. 5 hours. He still hasn't responded. Mm-hmm.
Well, there are times I'm on 2 different group texts with you in which I might be on the golf course or I might be doing something and I come into 47 texts.
Yes.
And I don't even respond at that point because I just kind of read through everything and went,
right.
That was funny. That was good. That,
right.
Boy,
those 2 had a nice conversation. Right. I get it. No, I do. I've had those too where I put the phone down. I walk away for 10 minutes. I come back and I go, wow, Mark and John that's quite a conversation they had there. There's a little bit of anger in the middle of that. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I do. And I usually don't like the group text thing, by the way. I'm usually not a big fan. Okay.
These are 3-person groups.
Yes.
These are not big chains of 20, 30 people, which is a little nuts.
Which, by the way, do you have a problem asking out of the chain? Because I don't.
I've got no problem with it.
Okay. Well, there are some people that are polite. Miller and Moulton have never been accused of being overly polite. Okay. I didn't think you nor I would have a problem going, get me out of this, will you? I mean, I was in one a year ago in which I asked to be taken out and they didn't take me out. And I literally had to send a threatening text in which I said, if I'm not taken out of this in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to individually text all of you in the middle of the night. And so I was out. And then I have no idea what they then said about me, but they took me out. And that was fine. That was what I wanted. Which I know surprises no one.
Get off my lawn.
Get out of my text box.
Mm-hmm. I asked politely. They didn't do it. Okay. Now, here's an ultimatum. Take me out, or I'm going to wake you up in the middle of the night with random texts. And I'll do it just to prove a point.
Because I'm up.
Right.
I mean, that's the other thing.
I have a morning show.
I can go to my phone first.
Yep.
I check the scores when I wake up. Doesn't mean I can't.
Totally.
Hey, good morning. How are you? Text at 4:22.
4:22 a.m. Hey, Rangers won in overtime. Good morning. Yep. I can do it. Don't think I can't. But Mother's Day this Sunday, don't forget. Don't forget. All right.
Trent.
Yeah, really. Come on, big fella. Come up
I'll
with
do
something.
my best.
You've got to figure out. You've got a brother still at home. You're going to have to have him get flowers and have them be from the 3 of you.
I have already sent the text.
Okay. Or even he could do something even just for you and you could pay your brother back, So, but Mother's Day on Sunday. And so we're wondering, I did something I don't normally do, and it's because I'm leaving town after the show, although I will be back on Sunday, but I'm not going to be with my wife when she wakes up Sunday morning. And so I got her flowers. And obviously she's the mother of our child, but I don't normally get her a Mother's Day gift. I get my mom a Mother's Day gift.
So is that our question? Do you get your wife a Mother's Day gift?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. That if you're married, in parentheses with children, okay, do you get your wife a Mother's Day gift? Yes. And B, no, only my mom.
All right.
I mean, that's either that or we could go with,
No.
How quickly do you respond to texts?
That just varies depending on who it's from.
Do you think most people are that way?
I do.
Huh.
Yes. Give yourself some credit, David. I mean, you are an exception to the rule.
Yeah, but do you know now emotionally what this is doing to me? Because now I'm going through my Rolodex. I'm literally looking at my phone, looking at all the people, and I know the people that don't respond to me quickly. So now I'm going to realize where I rank with them. And that's probably going to upset me.
That could really damage your psyche, David.
Yes, I'm literally going through going, and and also I'm now realizing that all the people that I text with, most of them, they mean more to me than I mean to them. That's the other thing that I'm going through my text list right now. I'm like, son of a gun. Oh, this guy. I'll be lucky if I get a text back by the Paris Olympics. Yeah, right. So this is going to be very sobering. And I'm on a plane today too. I'll have plenty of time to beat myself up.
Mental note: get right back to David when he texts for the next week.
No, you want to
flush him.
You want to. Well, here's the one that drives me nuts. So we're texting. You text me. I text you. You don't respond for a long time. I know you're on the phone. You just text me. I responded in 37 seconds. What do you mean you're not texting me right back?
Stuff happens sometimes. You send a text, you set the phone down, you're cooking, you're talking to someone else.
No, I'm guilty of that. No, I'm guilty of that because I thought we had finished.
And in your mind, we had.
But from now on, I'm going to start sending texts to David like, okay, are we done now?
It's like getting dismissed. Am I excused at the end of dinner?
So when I start getting texts from Mark that say, okay, in parentheses, the end. Okay. But see, you know what it really is? I won't spend much more time on this, but see, Mark, you have a life. So that's the other thing. I don't have much of one right now. That's another reason why. I mean, I always respond to text quickly, but I don't know if I've ever responded to text more quickly than I do now. Because I got nothing going on. But I'm guilty of it, though. You know, you've texted me in the middle of a game that I'm working, and during the commercials, I respond. Oh, and I mean, Danielson and Aikman have both looked at me like, we're working over here. I'm like, I just got to answer this. I'll be with you in a second.
And I try to make sure I send the text during the commercial, knowing I'm going to get a response. I mean, I see Bucks throwing it to break. Send.
Speaking of which, apparently the networks, Fox and CBS and NBC, they did some sort of a draft this week. Nobody knows. It's a secret draft. Apparently they're drafting what games the networks are, Big Ten games, the networks are going to broadcast and when they're going to broadcast them. Apparently it's a secret draft. But it happened. It happened earlier this week. Those of us who are going to be working the games, we know it's happened. We have no information at all. Nothing. Did it happen? Oh, no, it happened. It's like the Masters. I mean, honestly, the Big Ten has sworn them to secrecy like they're the Masters. Okay, you're to release nothing. What do you mean, nothing? So even though it happened, I can't get a schedule.
When's your schedule release coming out?
I don't know. I hope it's by Labor Day. I know we have a game right before it. I'm hoping they'll let me know. But MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Playoffs continuing. They're highly entertaining. Tell you what, I think it was good for the NBA that a couple of road teams won last night. It's got a little intrigue. The T-Wolves, OKC, Celtics, steamrolling everybody. You can't have 3 of your 4 series be whitewashes here. Got to get some drama.
Well, they could get some tonight if the Nuggets could win as well.
Boy, would they ever.
And they will play desperate. I mean, it's the season.
Yeah, but if Murray's not 100%, I mean, they could be as desperate. What'll be interesting is, and he just got the MVP award. I mean, doesn't he have to be the best player on the floor tonight, and he has not been the best player on the floor in either of the first two games at all. At all. In fact, the T-Wolves, Mark, have probably had two guys on the floor in both games who have been better than Jokic has been for Denver. In part because the T-Wolves have so much size, they can defend him probably better than anybody else. I mean, he's still putting up terrific numbers, but he just is not absolutely overwhelming the game the way he did against the Lakers.
No, and you mentioned the reasons why. If he wants to go out, they can guard him. If he wants to come inside, they've got the bodies to put on him. They've been rebounding really well.
What I find, and take my basketball knowledge with a grain of salt, but the thing that the T-Wolves can do, because usually teams put their big on him, he plays them from behind. So if you double team him, well, he's bigger than the guy double teaming him. So he can just look over him, stand, hold the ball over him, pass. That's why to me the double team's not that effective on him because he can pass out of every double team because he's bigger than the guy double teaming him. That's not the case with the Wolves. The Wolves can put, they can put Gobert behind him. Towns can come down and double team. Well, now he's got 2 7-footers double teaming him. That makes it a little harder to get things done.
And with Murray not being 100%, that's his number one go-to guy when he's trying to pass out of it.
So, 3 of the last 4 MVPs, but this is the first time they never faced a situation like this last year. They never trailed in a series last year.
Well, and when you're told you have the best home court advantage, maybe in sports because of where they play, and you've already coughed up 2 at home.
Right. The last game by nearly 30. Right. So we'll see. That's game 2 tonight. Knicks Pacers. Boy, just the officiating tonight. Indiana will get, and come on, they got to win by 20 tonight, right?
I think I put the rest of our bank on the Pacers.
If you're the officials as a joke, do you just say, listen, we're going to call the first 3 fouls of the game on the Pacers and then just chuckle and call the next 20 on the Knicks?
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GI certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commission and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from 1/2 carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Adam's not in Twitch chat this morning, is he? They're having weather in Tallahassee right now, big weather, like tornadoes and what have you.
I think that's why my flight's delayed. My guess is the flights going into Dallas couldn't get in last night because that's where the weather was coming from. Well, EB Hill, you probably shouldn't tonight. They're going to be shorthanded. It's going to be a blowout. I would if you want to wait for a game, I'd wait for like Game 5 at the Garden because I think the series is going to be 2-2. Trent, you still holding the Knicks in 5?
Yes.
With all the injuries. Since
Knicks
you
in
picked
5.
Knicks in 5, Mitchell Robinson's out for the year and OG Anunoby's out for the 2 games in Indiana.
I'm cursed.
I was going to say, that's 2 of their top 8 that are out. 2 starters out.
Knicks in 5. Knicks in 5. I love Brunson. And he's banged up too, I know, but if he's healthy, they got a chance.
By the way, somebody I saw last night, somebody's doing some investigating, and according to them, they said, yeah, A-Rod and his business partner, they had their money in early. That this is just Glenn Taylor, just the team is good, and he doesn't want to sell it, and he just wants to renege on the deal.
That's so stupid.
Well,
if that's true.
It'll be interesting to me because I mean, if you're the NBA, you know, you do a lot of business deals. Your word's got to be your word. You know, contracts have got to be contracts. Wouldn't it be something if the T-Wolves win the title and then Glenn Taylor is forced to have to go back and actually sell the team? EB, the Knicks do play hard.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Trent Bally in the play of the day. Coming up in a handful of minutes. Pat Kirwan in about 40 minutes' time. We'll talk some football. Speaking of which, I mean, does it matter? Does it matter, or do we now not care for the rest of time where games are televised? Or no, if the NFL's 2 Christmas games are on Netflix, is this going to be a real bother to people?
It'll be a bother to people.
How many people don't have Netflix? And I'm not asking, tone in which I assume everybody has it. But, like I don't have, I'm not an Amazon Prime customer. You guys are shocked. So I understand that there are people that don't buy even the most popular of services. But of your friends, how many of them do you think are Netflix customers?
I would say the majority, but this is the even, network cable streaming. There's a whole large segment of our country that doesn't have a whole lot of extra money right now, David.
I agree with that.
I mean, money's never been tighter. So $7 a month to some people could be, you know what? I don't need Netflix.
I will say Netflix is probably the most popular, right? Of all the streaming services. It's
Yes,
probably
it was the first.
It's
It was
the first one. Yeah.
It's the OG.
They don't have ads.
I think they might be the only one that's profitable. I thought I saw that the other day. That, all the other streaming, Peacock's losing money, Paramount's losing money, ESPN Plus is losing big money. I think Netflix is the only profitable streaming service. You may get Amazon Prime, but you're getting it because of, all the packages that are coming to your door. I don't know. That one's tough to judge as to how many people are purchasing that just for that.
Well, and Amazon Prime had the Black Friday game last season, right? With the
Right.
Dolphins.
Well,
and I remember that was a whole.
Well, but they've got Thursday Night Football now, though. So, just having that game that week on Friday as opposed to they didn't have a game on Thanksgiving Day. They had it the next day. But, this NBA deal that's going to come down. There's a lot of reports out there. Now there's talk that Turner's going to save the day at the last minute. And that apparently Turner has the right to match any deal that's not ESPN's deal. So Turner now may be backdooring Amazon, that they may not match NBC's deal, but they'll match Amazon's deal and force Amazon out. But anyway, the NBA is trying really hard to have the overwhelming majority of their games on streaming going forward because that's where the money is. Mark, if you were running the NBA, do you think that's a smart business? Take the dollar, no matter where you can get it, or aren't you limiting your audience going forward if you're going to put a majority of your games on streaming?
David, you're definitely limiting your audience. But the most in tune group to streaming is that younger demo where your core audience is. And I think if there's any league that can get away with it, I think it's the NBA.
That's a good point.
I understand where your concerns are, and they would be mine too. Am I losing you?
Well, but here's my concern. What have we said that's happened to baseball? Baseball's gone from really being a national sport to being a local/regional sport. Very popular in all of its local markets. In like 27 of the top 30 markets, they have tremendous TV and radio ratings. But nationally, can you get a fan in Texas to watch a game involving the Guardians and the White Sox? No.
Not a chance.
Right, where we will watch in other sports. In fact, you could argue all the other sports. Hockey fans will watch hockey. Doesn't matter who's playing. Basketball fans will watch hoop. And goodness knows, we'll watch anybody play football. Baseball, it's been proven now. We really only watch our team. And I'm wondering if you're the NBA, and you're going to make 2.5 times what you're making now. We're talking billions more dollars. But aren't you going to become baseball?
I don't think so. Because of the demographics of the viewer. But I would be, that's why this is so scary to me if I'm running a league.
In one sense, it's not scary. It's however long the contract is, 6, 7, 8, 10 years of guaranteed billions. You got it all right there in front of you.
No, you're right. But what's the one thing you can get on network TV right now is ratings and numbers and viewership.
Correct.
That would get you what, in theory? Another contract.
Right.
If the streaming doesn't work and numbers are way down, MLS got all that money from Apple TV.
Exactly.
There aren't 6 people watching it. Do they get all that money again?
And think about it. If it wasn't for Messi, how much oxygen would that league have in this country right now?
None.
We certainly wouldn't have any national oxygen. So that's just what I'm wondering. They're going to be the first big time league to go majority of their games on streaming. If what's being reported happens with both Amazon and NBC, because during the week, all the NBC stuff is really going to be on Peacock. And even ESPN's going to put a lot of stuff on ESPN Plus.
I will say it's becoming more legitimized, David. You've not gone Peacock in 6 months.
Yeah, 6 weeks maybe.
Time now for our Molly Maid play of the day. Trent, what do you got?
David, your Rangers are up 3-0. So we got to go to the Garden. We'll do, this is the MSG Radio Network. Sam Rosen on the call for the overtime game winner.
Round the boards it goes. Missed by Orlov. Played it. Score! Score! Yes! Yes! The Rangers win it in overtime and lead the series 3-0.
There you go.
Who was that next to Sam Rosen?
No idea.
Dave Maloney.
Wow. Former captain of the Rangers, but still, take it easy,
It
big
deserves to
fella.
be fired.
Yeah, take it easy, big fella.
Stepped all over him, not once, but twice.
Right.
Oh.
What I got to admit, when I heard that, I thought you guys would get a decent kick out of that. Always analyzing the play-by-play, the color guy.
Well, I know. I mean, listen, it's bad when you want to run the TV call instead of the radio call, which usually is less descriptive, but anything is more descriptive than that.
Just enthusiasm, though. I mean,
no, that's true.
If you're listening, you know what just happened. Might not be a great call, but you're not in the dark.
And the puck is dumped in, and then I guess the Rangers won, honey.
That's our Molly Maid play of the day. 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839. Still time to call Molly Maid and give your wife a clean house for Mother's Day.
Oh,
so she doesn't have to do it.
Which almost coincides with our poll question.
It does. You're absolutely right.
I mean, we asked if you get your wife something for Mother's Day, even though she's not your mother, she's your wife.
Right, but she is the mother of your children.
If you have children.
Right.
If you have children, do you get your wife a Mother's Day gift? 2/3 of you do. David usually doesn't. He did this year out of guilt.
Not guilt. It's just I'm not going to be here when she wakes up on Mother's Day.
That's kind of guilt.
You just described guilt.
Well, I don't look at it as guilt. I'm with my mom.
No, you're not going to be here and you feel bad, and therefore you're getting her.
Well, I don't feel bad at all. Okay. Let's see. I don't feel. I'm with my mom on Mother's Day. Why feel bad? Are you serious? No. I don't feel bad. I'm just trying. See what happens? I try to be nice, and it's so out of character that you guys go, "Oh, you're guilty, man."
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You know, the NHL's really rooting for a long Bruins-Panthers series because the Bruins are ratings gold. You know, I didn't realize this, Mark, but this is this year 3 or year 4? I think it's year 3 of the TNT ESPN contract. And this is the first time the Bruins got out of the first round. So from a rating standpoint, you know, the longer the Bruins can go. Oh, Kilos, it's yeah, my passion for that team is pretty high. And that passion is all from me too, because there was no one in my family that played hockey. I didn't watch, like, I watched Mets games with my dad's mom, my grandmother. That was our thing. Watched a lot of Mets with her. Watched the Giants with my mom's parents, particularly my grandfather. And that was our thing. But I don't know what it was. I think it's because being a Ranger fan, like, tested my fandom because they were good, but they were never good enough. You know, The one year they get by the Islanders, they lose to the Canadiens dynasty in the finals.
As a Red Wings fan, that's like the one team that was sustained pretty good throughout my childhood. So the last 5 years have been really frustrating.
Right. Sure.
Because I just didn't know what this was like growing up. I mean, they won the cup when I was 8.
Which is funny because for your dad, they were the Dead Wings for the longest time.
Right.
And Mark and your dad grew up with the Dead Wings.
Yep. Then they won back-to-back just before I was born, and then won again in 2002. Don't remember that team.
But even the Wings, when they got good, they couldn't get over the hump. You know, they had the best record in the league in '94, lost in the first round of or best record in their conference in '94, lost in the first round of the playoffs to San Jose. Then they had the best record in the league in '95. They get swept in the finals. Can't get by the Avs in '96. I mean, so the Wings were double heartbreak. First, they weren't good forever, and then when they got good, they couldn't get over the hump.
Yeah.
It wasn't as much heartbreak as you think. When they were bad for that long, just being good was.
It was okay.
Yeah, I mean the Devils even crushed me when they got swept by the Devils. That was heartbreaking because they were so good and that left wing lock and they
Left wing lock. God,
they did nothing.
Nothing.
Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. And that's when Pat Kirwan joins us. Talk a little NFL. Miller and Moulton on this Friday. Hope you've had a good week, and thanks for spending part of it with us. It's Mother's Day on Sunday. Don't forget. And in honor of Mother's Day, we have a Mother's Day poll question. All right. If you have children, all right, do you get your wife a Mother's Day gift? You know, because she's not your mom, but she is the mother of your children. Do you get her a gift on Mother's Day? And what's it, around 70% do? And I'm one of the losers that normally doesn't.
You said it, not me.
I just feel that isn't that my daughter's responsibility?
Yes.
Okay.
But how often, I mean, you've got a birthday and a Christmas. You don't really have to get your wife that much. And you and I aren't the type of guys who are, let's go out on a random Tuesday and buy a gift for our wives. I mean, we're just not those type of guys.
No. In fact, my wife would then immediately assume I'm having an affair.
Right.
Right.
So you have a handful of times a year in which you can do something nice for your wife where she doesn't think you're having an affair.
Right. Not arguing with a single thing you just said.
Mother's Day is one of those days.
It really is, come to think of it, right?
You just do something nice.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Honey, I love you. You're the mother of my child. Here's
right.
a little something for the effort.
Here's a little something for the effort. You know what? Maybe I should use that going forward. Little something for the effort. By the way, it was 25 hours of labor. She would go, yeah, it was quite an effort.
So that's all. I just, it's an easy one.
See, I have to think, I don't know. Maybe it's the Catholic guilt. You know, maybe it's, I always think my mom is, still, watching me. But I just feel as if, no, it's Mother's Day. Mom's got to get top billing. No.
She can have top billing. I'm not asking you.
Oh, I'm not. No. I'm not. No. If you get something for your wife, then you're sharing the billing. No, I want my one day my mom gets top billing. No. This is like arguing. It's like the two stars in the movies, and one of them has to get top billing, and they work it in their contract. I just feel on Mother's Day,
it doesn't mean there can't be a best supporting actress, if you know what I'm saying.
No, and for that day, it's my wife. Okay, but on Mother's Day, Mom gets top billing. Mom is Meryl Streep. Okay, She gets top billing on Mother's Day. When's the last time Meryl Streep was in a movie when she didn't get top billing? That's it. Boom. There you go. You know, when's the last time Jack Nicholson was in a movie? He didn't get top billing. I know he doesn't work anymore, but, you know, work with me here. That's what I'm talking about. On Mother's Day, boom, mom, top billing.
Fair enough. We've got a couple of texts that we've got some things we've been talking about in the show about the Netflix. Person just says, I have Prime, I have Comcast, I have all the movies. I do not need Netflix. NFL should be on regular TV anyway, damn it. So there.
Tell us how you really feel.
Well, I mean, that's someone saying, I'm not going to watch the 2 games on Christmas Day. Don't care.
I like this one who says MLS will never, we talked about MLS and, you know, being on Apple TV, and they will never catch on until the announcers are upgraded. They're terrible. You're watching, sir. They've got you. You're aware that the announcers are terrible.
By the way, quick sidebar on the announcers. Like, there are people upset that Kenny Albert is doing the Rangers series on TNT, because Kenny Albert, if you don't know, Kenny Albert is the radio voice of the Rangers. But he's TNT's #1 hockey announcer. I mean, when they have the Stanley Cup Finals, Kenny Albert last year did the finals. You know, this year they have a conference final. Kenny Albert will do the conference final. He's their #1 hockey guy. Well, they put him on the Rangers series, which makes things convenient for Kenny, because then if he's doing the game on television, he's doing the game. And if ESPN is the game on TV, Kenny just slides to the booth next door and does radio. But there are some people that are upset that he shouldn't be calling it. It's kind of like the Reggie Miller doing game 2 of the Pacers-Knicks series. You know, some people thought, well, why was Reggie Miller not doing game 1? And then there are the others going, what the hell's he doing part of this series? He's a homer.
And the New York fans let him know. And Josh Hart made sure to let Reggie know that the fans let him know.
Could you imagine, by the way, close game late and being so cool and calm that you walk over to the announcer and go, by the way, they're chanting about you. And then you go back to the free throw line. I mean, that's the other thing that got overlooked there. Closing seconds of a tight game, and Josh Hart, you know, walks over to Reggie Miller and says, you hear what they're saying about you? I'm sorry, I got to go back to playing now.
They should go back to chanting Cheryl.
Well, they may. They may. But so anyway, that's our poll question. It's a Mother's Day poll. I don't know if we've ever done a Mother's Day poll question.
Well, we have now.
There you go. Hey, what do you think of all these coaches getting fired? NBA and NHL. I mean, there are 20 new head coaches in the NHL in the last 16 months. Since essentially January 1st of 2023, there's 18 new head coaches. 18 since last year's regular season ended. Now just look at the NBA. The Milwaukee Bucks. They went from Mike Budenholzer to the guy who did what? 30 games and Doc Rivers all in a year. Budenholzer, by the way, is talk about how they're running things in Phoenix. This is not a classy organization. I know they got rid of the other guy, Sarver, because, you know, he was a racist and misogynist and all that. But you hear what Ishbia? Because, you know, Isaiah Thomas is advising him. So, you know, this is going to be a first-class organization. Apparently, they were spent last week interviewing Budenholzer. They didn't fire Vogel till yesterday afternoon. Come on, guys. Seriously? Apparently, Budenholzer's already putting a staff together. Come on, really? That's the best you can do?
It is absolutely ridiculous. Budenholzer is like Quinn Snyder, is like Doc Rivers. Is like, they're all the same. They just churn and burn. Frank Vogel, Steve Clifford, Terry Stotts.
I'm just curious. How important do fans think coaching is?
In the NBA and the NHL, I don't think they think much of it. because they change so often. Where in football, it seems to be one of the most important things. I mean, is it coach or is it quarterback?
I have never been lower on NBA coaching stock than I am right now. Monty Williams was just paid $12 million a year to win 14 games with the Pistons.
Meanwhile, when he was in Phoenix and he had Chris Paul and Devin Booker, he was going to the finals, and then he was coming back the next year and winning 64 games. So do you think it's Monty Williams or the Pistons?
I think it's the Pistons.
Right.
Well, I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying like that speaks to how ridiculous it actually is right now.
But it's a sport run by its stars.
Yes.
It's not run by the GMs. It's not run by the coaches. It is a sport run by the stars. And they're never going to take accountability or blame for when they screw up. They blame. The first thing Kevin Durant did after getting swept was say, well, they didn't use me right. He took no responsibility for the ass kicking that they took. None.
Meanwhile, when he first got to Brooklyn, you remember him and Kyrie basically saying, we don't need a coach. So it's just, I agree with you 100%. It's a joke. I can't speak too much on the NHL, but in the NBA, coaching, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but it's all about the players all the time.
Budenholzer won Coach of the Year with Atlanta. He then won a championship in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Dwayne Casey won Coach of the Year in Toronto and then got fired. Monty Williams won Coach of the Year in Phoenix and then got fired. It means nothing.
I'm just curious, how much do fans think coaching is important? Because I'm with you, Mark, by the way. In football, I think it's very important. The play-by-play adjustments, okay, the onus on the coordinators and the head coach in football, I don't think it gets talked about enough in the broadcast, to be honest. Gary talks about it more than probably all the other analysts combined. Gary is very into the X's and O's, okay, and willing to talk about, you know, what should the coaches do here? What do you do if you're this coordinator? You know, you can't stop this, but if you now go and make this move to stop this, aren't you going to, I mean, and that goes back to when 15 years ago when Gary was on our show and he talked about he looks at football as creating pressure points on both sides of the ball. So he looks at it as chess. And that's coaching in a lot of the players got to execute, obviously, but that's a lot of coaching.
But baseball now, managers' jobs are largely just to supervise
bullpens
and clubhouses.
Yeah. Yeah, if the lineup card is essentially being given to them by the front office at 3:00 every day. Right.
Whatever they punch out of the computer and it spits out to say this is the best matchups, that's the route that they go.
Don't get me started with that. It's become so oversaturated with the analytics, baseball.
And yet, who won the World Series last year? One of the last managers in the game who was not dictated to by a front office. Even though the guy running the Texas Rangers got a master's from Princeton. Okay, Bruce Bochy. Bochy handles the lineup card, thank you. He handles the room. He sits back and goes, you get me the players, I'll take it from there.
And that's how it should be.
And he's like one of the last. I mean, the Mets got rid of Buck Showalter. And the guy taking charge basically said, yeah, the Buck's not my kind of manager. Okay, I want a manager I can be in sync with, i.e. basically, I'll tell him what to do, he'll do it.
That's how the Yankees are run.
Totally. By the way, when they weren't run that way, they won a world championship 15 years with Joe Girardi. I mean, Joe Girardi got fired because he didn't listen to the front office enough.
Despite the big book.
Oh, yeah. My goodness. What a binder that was. I'm just curious, how important do fans think coaching is? Because in hockey, I'll say it again, 20 head coaches in 15 months. 18 in 13 months. Since the end of the 2023 regular season, 18 of the 32 teams have changed their coaches.
Well, in hockey, it's totally about controlling the room. I mean, there are only so many breakouts. There are only so many power plays. It's not like there's a coach that has this hidden X's and O's formula that no one else is using.
Yeah, to just ask the question, like, how important is coaching? It really does matter on the sport. It depends on the sport. With football, David just laid it out. It matters a ton.
Well, we think it does. I don't know if I think fans think it's very important.
Well,
But-
and even college to pro. In college basketball, it matters a lot more than it does in the NBA.
Should it? I mean, what's more important, getting the X's and O's or the Jimmies and Joes?
The Jimmies and Joes.
In college, though, I mean, it's
In both. You can coach your ass off. You don't have the players, it doesn't matter.
well, that's true, but
And in college, even more so when it's paying free agents to come play for you.
that's another thing. It's kind of changed a little bit over the last 2-3 years because of NIL.
Which, by the way, we just need to call it pay for play. No, seriously, it's not NIL. They're not showing up at car washes and car dealerships. And come on, it's not NIL. It's pay for play. That's all it is. It's just straight. I mean, AJ Storr is with Kansas. They paid him $750,000.
Yeah.
That's why
And
he's
he
with
put his
Kansas.
price up. Here's what I need to
Yeah.
be paid to come play.
Right.
He didn't get it. He got the next highest offer and took it.
But I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, NBA, NHL here. Could you devalue coaching any more than those two leagues are doing right now?
No. But,
No,
you know, I
some
say no.
coaches like, Keefe in Toronto, they gave him plenty of time. Okay, that I think most people can understand. You did a good job. Didn't win in the playoffs, so it's kind of important to us. We're going to give it a try with somebody else. Okay, I think we can understand that.
Well, and here's the funny thing. I say no to your question. Like, can they devalue it anymore? They probably will over the next 2-3 years. We'll see it become even more of a joke. Who else can get fired?
Oh, there'll be more.
But 20 and 15 months, 18 and 13 months.
That's crazy. Over
Yeah.
half the league changing coaches.
John Tortorella's been with the Flyers like 2 years and a month. He's 5th or 6th on the tenured list. It's ridiculous.
What's not ridiculous is Pat Kirwan, and he is next. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Good morning, fellas.
Hello, Pat. How are you?
I'm doing great. I was enjoying that conversation. Coaching matters in football and the rest of it. Make sure that the bus is here to take us to the airport.
That's how the fans feel, though.
They do.
Yeah.
I mean, I think basketball, does the guy even need to stand up during the game? Take a seat like the rest of us and watch. Yeah. Football, it's not even just the head coach. The coordinators are gigantic. So you're like three deep and important people.
Yep.
The other sports, I don't know. Yep. You get any more cities that you're broadcasting in? Last time I thought you were Huntsville and somewhere else.
Huntsville and Jacksonville. Working on a couple more.
Good.
Yeah, it's getting a lot of resistance, though.
From your boss?
No, he's MIA.
Our fearless leader.
I mean, besides paying us, he doesn't do a thing. It's baffling, actually. I mean, glad he continues to pay us, but
yeah. I believe he's been talking to Jimmy a little bit.
well, yeah, because if it involves Michigan, he's all in.
Yep. Ba-da-bum-bum. You know what? Sometimes it's nice to have an absentee owner.
Well, I just think it's limiting how far we can go, though.
Yeah.
It is interesting because, I think of you two as my bosses. I work for you guys. I don't work for him. But I do. I just don't think of it that way because I don't have that sort of working relationship. Like, I've only talked to him once, It's weird.
Well, I didn't bring it up to bring you down, so screw him.
No, you're not bringing us down. It's fascinating, actually.
Maybe he trusts you so much he doesn't have to worry about it.
No, I don't think he cares anymore. I really don't.
He's just waiting to see what happens with the Supreme Court case.
Yep.
Yep. He's positioned in case the big gambling comes through, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts on that? Is that going to happen?
Well, first, it doesn't even look like they're going to take up the case this session, which means we could be on hiatus for another 10, 12 months. I mean, I can't believe the court hasn't agreed to take up this case. I mean, it's changing federal law is what DeSantis and the Seminole tribe did. It has literally changed federal law that was on the books for over 50 years. I can't believe the Supreme Court won't want to rule on this once and for all and say, sorry, guys, you can't do that. Or say, nope, that's the new law of the land.
Oh, that's discouraging.
Which because the other reason is it affects gambling in the other 14.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Thrilled to be joined once again by our friend Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio, moving the chains, weekdays 3 to 7 during the season. He also does the show on Saturdays. And then on Sundays, he works with CBS's NFL Today. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, about a dozen locations in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. How you doing?
Good morning, fellas. Doing well. You know, it's a mini camp weekend, and we're going to see just about every player signed. Most of them will be signed by the end of the day. They're just coming in droves. I'm jealous of these days. It used to be signing these guys took all summer. Now they get them all done before the mini camp. Slotted deals. So yeah, that's it. It's kind of boring actually, but it's going to put all these GMs back in position to target veterans. Once they know they got the rookies out of the way, you start seeing those big battles at quarterback. We're going to pay those guys, and there's tons of other guys that have to get paid as well. So managing the cap now has got a better timeline to it than when I was in it. You couldn't get to any veterans at all till August because you spent all of July with holdouts and everything else. Those days are gone for good, and that's a good thing.
That is a good thing. Pat, what's the most important thing about minicamp for these players?
To prove to their position coach they're smart, because they're going to get thrown a bunch of stuff. And I can recall, like it was yesterday, guys coming down to me after 3 days going, this kid's a dope. He's never going to learn our stuff. You know, and of course you got to calm the coach down. He feels the pressure because he knows they got to put him on the field. So getting to the point where the coach goes, man, that kid's smarter than I thought. And when they put him on the board during the draft process, it's a joke. Now you're trying to teach him your stuff, and you're installing, even if you just have 4 practices, you're installing 4 different things, and you want recall of the first thing you installed on the 4th, practice session. So that stuff's important. The strength coach, he might have a complaint or two, but mostly he's going to say they don't know how to lift at his school, and we're going to have to retool his bodies. They always like to start a fire to put it out, those guys.
I was listening to a conversation the other day in which they were talking about just how quickly you can develop as a player. And then they honed in on talking about quarterbacks. And the guy I was listening to, I thought, brought up an interesting point. He said, it was Rich Gannon on NFL radio. And he said, do you remember the first preseason game last year? And I'm thinking to myself, no. But he talked about C.J. Stroud. And actually, I do remember it. He looked awful. He completed 1 or 2 passes. They were both behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, C.J. Stroud looked lost. He looked like, oh, he ain't ready for this. Well, the season was starting in less than a month. And we all know then what happened. I mean, Pat, that's the other thing now. With less practice time, with less preseason games, with less playing time for the key players in the preseason games, I mean, this whole learning curve thing, particularly with young quarterbacks. I mean, in August, Pat, for whatever that was worth, which was not much, Bryce Young looked better than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, it's a good observation by Richie, and it took Richie about 15 years to figure out how to do it. When he did, he was great.
Right, won the MVP.
But think about look, Richie was drafted by the New England Patriots. Dick Steinberg drafted him, and he wanted to make him a safety or a wide receiver. He just was drafting an athlete. Richie fought that, and he was out of New England and nothing flat. But it took him a long time to finally get to the point. And he got screwed a couple of times. He was better in Kansas City than Elvis Gerback. But the perception was Elvis is our guy. So Richie, until he met John Gruden, was bouncing around. But I know Richie very well. He is a real student of the game. He studies like crazy. He's almost a maniac when it comes to details. So, he finally perfected his craft, but he had to overcome people that didn't even want to play quarterback. The thing you described, though, with these young quarterbacks, it's kind of a relative term because everybody is on minimal time now. And if you're going to be obsessed with the 35-year-old guy, he doesn't need all that practice time. He knows what cover 2 is. He knows what Sam Will blitz is. So when they rebuilt this CBA and all this practice time reduced, they were really helping the veterans. We've talked about it on this show. But the rookies are all in the same boat. And Stroud's a good example of you got to still figure out what they can do. And it took them all summer to figure out, and they built him a small package. He went out and functioned in it, and each week they added to it. That's Pete Carroll's theory. Get 20 things he can do, just do the 20 things, and next week do 2 more. Now we're up to 22. Before you know it, it's November, and he's up to 50 or 60 things. And if you don't coach that way, they're going to fail.
When's the last time a quarterback coming into his rookie season's had the pressure that Caleb Williams has had? It will have, because it's not a normal number 1 pick. They won 7 games. People are already talking about them going to the playoffs. He to me I'm trying to figure out who the last rookie quarterback to have this kind of pressure coming onto him entering the league.
Oh, that's a good question. I think Baker Mayfield did. Remember, a lot of people didn't even want him to be the pick, and they picked the short guy. So that thing, now was the pressure there from day one? I think there was a lot of wait and see, but in Cleveland, they were just convinced we're just going to be bad again anyway. So Baker had a lot of pressure on him. And there were good quarterbacks in that draft that they passed. Then pressure surfaces pretty quickly, like for Trubisky. As soon as they realized they screwed up and didn't take Mahomes, that took a year before that happened. But pressure comes at different points. But Caleb, to me, has a lot on his plate. And I don't, we get a lot of those questions every day. We're a playoff team, right? I said, no, you're not. You're 4th best in your league. In your division, and maybe you're 3rd best, but you're not 1st and you're not 2nd. So stop thinking he's going to be a difference maker in this rookie season. I don't see it coming that way.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio, moving the chains, weekdays 3 to 7. Joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Hey, if we can go back a few moments, I don't know if you were listening. Sometimes you connect early and you listen to like the segment before you come on of us. And we were talking about the importance of coaching. How important did you feel coaching was when you were working in NFL front offices? And I'm curious if you think with the way the game has evolved, is it more important now than it was then? I mean, what's your view on the importance of coaching?
Yeah, well, I think football is the ultimate sport that has to be coached. And it's not just the head coach. The coordinators have to be extremely talented. And I'll give a personal example, and I don't want to do this to hurt anyone, but Richie Kotite had the exact same roster that Bill Parcells had 1 year later. We went from the most penalized team, which I've talked about before, to the least penalized team. He took the same exact team that won 1 game and turned around and won 9 games. Same players. So coaching, I've seen it, I've witnessed it, and what it looks like when it's good. And when it's bad, it can be harmful, to say the least. The other sports I don't know well enough. I suspect, though, that basketball is probably the players are least affected by coaching. But in football, you remember you're dealing with 53 guys, and really with guys on IR and everything else, you're probably dealing with 70, 75 guys. And you're dealing with a huge building of coaches. Most of these coaches, these head coaches have 30 assistants, 28 assistants. You got an army that you're dealing with, and you've got to be the leader. Now, leadership counts in football. I'm not so sure it counts in the other sports the same way. And I think the players know that. In football, they know the guy in the front of the room's in charge. So it's huge. And as I said, I've seen good and I've seen bad, and I've been with both.
At the same time, Pat, when a coach is not a coordinator, does he have not less responsibility, but it becomes different, doesn't it? When when the coordinators are, when the OC and DC are handling that side of the ball and the coach is merely overseeing both, it's a different responsibility, right?
It is. But, ultimately, I'll use Dan Quinn, good friend of mine, but what did he do wrong in the Super Bowl when he lost to the Patriots? He didn't force his coordinator, Kyle Shanahan, to run the ball at the end of the game. And that's on him. So even if you're not calling the offense or the defense, you've got to set the mandate. And it starts on Tuesday night when the coordinator walks in your office and says, here's what our game plan is. He's got to look at it. He's got to know enough about that side of the ball to say, you're not blitzing enough, or you're blitzing too much, or we can't play man with those guys. So he is going to direct the philosophy of both sides of the ball. And then he's pretty much responsible, which is the big word, that it's executed properly. and he's responsible for which players are not going to play. So there's a lot there that he's got to do every day and every week. And I do think we talked about this the other day, Jimmy and I, about what is momentum. Very hard to pin down in any sport. Where does it come from? How does it get created? How do you lose it? To me, in football, I can only speak to my sport. The coach has some significant role with what momentum is and how to turn back bad feelings or bad vibes and make good ones last. That stuff, I can't pin my finger on it. I don't think any of us can, but we know it exists, and we witness it when we watch football. You see the thing change over in a minute. So I do think the coach has got to be really paying attention to what that is and somehow try to harness it.
We've got about a minute or so before we take our break. What's one or two things that you noticed that Parcells did so differently than Kotite? If you know what you know what I mean. I mean that because Bill's never been given credit for being a dynamic X and O's guy, even though he was LT's first defensive coordinator. And they did help change football, but he doesn't get credit for that. Belichick's the genius. Bill gets none of the credit for X's and O's. I'm just curious, what's something that you saw Bill do in which you went, I'll be damned?
Yeah. First off, I spent that whole year studying Bill Parcells, and I knew Bill. He was in the media doing our games, so that's when I got to know him. First thing he did when he got there was change the attitude about preparation, and he created consequences. The first guy to miss the weightlifting was cut that day, and he was a starter. Bobby Houston cut him right on the spot, got everyone's attention. So he did have a level of intimidation. The first thing he fixed was special teams, because he said, I can do that cheap. That's not going to cost me money, and I can go get 5 or 6 real headhunters for the special teams and make that a competitive advantage for us. That's the first football thing he did. And he coached the punt returners. I used to laugh about it, but he was real good at it. That was the start of who he was. And then I think he really got into confidence building because he had credentials. He told players, you're good. You're going to be a great player in this system. He told you, Douglas, you can't play in our defense. You're going to Philly.
And he was right. More with Pat Kirwan of NFL Radio on the other side.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GI certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commission and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Bobby Houston. That's the name of the guy.
Yep, as
Yeah.
a linebacker, number 55.
And he got cut.
Yeah, right away. He told the whole team, he goes, if I get a sense that you're not with us, you won't be here. And I don't think they understood the definition of that until
He cut the number one wide receiver on the Giants in December for falling asleep in a team meeting. Now, he was frustrated with his route running and what have you, but the Giants were a serious threat to win the Super Bowl, and it's tough to replace a number one wide receiver in December. And he cut Lionel Manuel for falling asleep in a team meeting.
Yeah.
And I remember going, whoa.
He really studied Vince Lombardi and Woody Hayes, among others, but he knew a lot about those guys. He was a very interesting guy, and he knew a lot more about the players than the players realized until he'd bring them in the room. He just really did study everybody. But I'll say this, I'll say it on the air. He's the only coach I've ever seen at the end of practice, and I know I've said this on the show. He's the only one, and I work for 4 of them, that brought his whole staff into the film room right after practice, before they watched the tape and before they talked to their players. And he sat there and ripped them apart for what went on in practice. And he remembered everything he said from the day before and told them to fix. And if they didn't fix it, he read them the riot act again, and to the point where he eventually got rid of the guy. But I never saw a staff, and he didn't really want the coordinators to be the only ones talking to the position coaches. Every guy was in that room, and it was like, hey, Jack, what the hell is this? You know, stuff like that. And I would sit there sometimes, and I just said, this is the only way to do this, because coaches protect their own ass. It's natural. And they're going to want to go down and talk to their players, and they're going to want to try to convince, hey, you know, head coach is going to see about this. You got to tell them we covered it. You know, all that, none of that happened. They were all held accountable to each other. And I asked him one day, I said, how long have you been doing it? He goes, since I was treated this way. He goes, what happens is now you're responsible in front of your peers. So the offensive guys know when the defensive guys are screwing up and vice versa. I just thought it was, and he did it every day. And I remember our film guys, the first day they were walking down the hall handing out the practice tapes, and he goes, what are you doing? Because I'm just putting them in each guy's office. He goes, no, give them all to me. No one's getting these until they watch with me in front of me. And he'd take notes at practice, and he couldn't wait to get those guys in that room.
Paul in our Twitch chat room, I believe Emmett's backup when he got cut, former Pitt running back, was it Curtis or Kirwan Richards? Something like that. He fell asleep in a team meeting, and Jimmy cut him. And somebody asked him if Emmett had fallen asleep, would you have cut him? He said, no, I would have woke him up and given him a pillow.
Well, guys, what Phil Sims and I have laughed about, you know, the standard for Lawrence was a lot different too.
Although the Belichick story that he tells about when LT fell asleep in the team meeting and
stood up and told everyone that was,
Bill was installing the 4-3 defense, which they hadn't played once in LT's entire career. Bill throws the chalk at him and says, LT, since you know everything, draw up the defense on the board. And apparently LT did, threw the chalk back at Bill and said, don't ever effing do that again.
Yeah. Yeah. And Phil has the same ones with Belichick. Like, it's 9 o'clock Saturday morning practice, and Lawrence isn't there.
Right.
And Phil, who loved driving Bill crazy, and said, hey, yeah, coach, it's 9. We got to start practice. Lawrence isn't here. And then he said, then it ain't 9 o'clock.
That's the number one athlete or football player, at least, that I wish I could watch, Lawrence Taylor.
Yes, it is.
LT. I can't think of another football guy that I didn't see that I want to more. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour, our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio, moving the change. You can listen to him weekdays 3 to 7. And then during the season, he does a Saturday afternoon show and then works Sundays with CBS and the NFL Today. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Some veteran wide receivers got signed this week. Pat, who out there are you still circling and going, man, I can't believe so-and-so hasn't been signed?
Well, Zay Jones is getting frequent flyer miles like there's no tomorrow. He's been with like 5 teams. And I'm sure he's waiting for more money than he's being offered. So my advice to Zay Jones is, you're in Kansas City yesterday or today, whatever they offer you, take. And get at the other end of Pat Mahomes' passes for the next year, and then go back into the market. You'll get some money. Look, Michael Thomas is the mystery man to me. Is he injured? I haven't heard his name once anywhere.
I know. Doesn't that scream that he knows he can't pass a physical?
Most likely. You know, there's other guys that are capable 3s and 4s, but I mean, Michael was a 1. I mean, he had 1 year there that was ridiculous. So I do wonder about what's going on with him. Hunter Renfrow, you know, Russell Gage, Scantling. There's a couple of ex-Chiefs out there, and they really need to get somebody. So, yeah, I've gone through every group that's still available. The receiver group is good. So the tackle group is terrible. You can always buy a fullback. You can buy one on Christmas Day if you want. But there are some positions. I'm doing safeties. We start our breakdown Monday, and I have safeties first. So 64 safeties have changed teams or left or not or unemployed, and they're very good guys. Justin Simmons is out there. Diggs played 98% of the plays last year, had 130 tackles. He's out there. Marcus May is out there. Deshaun Gibson's out there. Jamal Adams, Micah Hyde, Jaron Kearse, Ryan Neal. There's a lot of safeties. And now that I've done all the safeties getting ready for Monday, I would say of the 32 teams, I have 15 teams at least that need a safety right now so they can have a group of 4 for the season. They're walking around with 3 safeties and a rookie, 3 safeties and a college free agent. There's some real issues there, and I think you're going to see a little rush of safety signings right after these mini camps.
And you said tackle's the thinnest, which makes perfect sense because everybody needs offensive line. Is that the same with centers and guards? I mean, is that the weakest positions?
The center's not bad. Now we're waiting for Connor Williams to get healthy. He's 27 years old. Mason Cole, say what you want, he started and played every play last year for the Steelers. You're walking around with no bat. Now there's a bunch of, I'm not up to centers yet, but there are a number of teams that don't have a second center on the roster. Why wouldn't you sign Mason Cole? He's 28 years old, and he played every play last year. Yeah, he was fired by Pittsburgh. I get it, but we're not, beggars can't be choosy. So that list is okay. The guard list, the offensive line in general, Reisner. Why is Bolton Reisner still out there? 29-year-old guy and hasn't gotten any action to my knowledge yet. And there's 1 or 2 safe guards, no tackles in my mind. I wouldn't. Now, you can't be choosy if you got to get a backup. I'm not signing Bakhtiari with his medical history. I'm not signing Dwayne Brown, who's 40 years old. I might sign Billy Turner as a backup, so there's those guys. And there's some positions that I really like. Bud Dupree's getting some action. Interestingly enough, even Pittsburgh's bringing him back in for 31-year-old guy. Pass rushers, I don't. Agba doesn't have much. Ngakoue can still play, 29 years old. I think some of them are going to wait now and see if there's injuries, but defensive tackle is not a good list. Cornerback's pretty good. Xavier Howard's going to be ready to go here, 31 years old. Adoree Jackson's here. Stephon Gilmore. I talked to Stephon. He could have gone to Carolina. He wants to go to a good team. I think there's, if I looked at this, how many guys could be starters that are still free in the whole group? And I'd say maybe 10 guys.
Well, you mentioned X. I mean, X to me, if he's healthy, he's a number 2 cornerback for every team in the league. And for 10 teams, he'd still be a number one corner. I mean, I think it's got to be money with him, right? Because the Dolphins, I think, offered to bring him back at like half price, and he said, yeah, I ain't taking a cut. Now, I don't know if that's a pride thing or just a pride thing with Miami. Like, I ain't taking a cut with you. You ain't giving my money to Jalen Ramsey, and, no. That he'd take less from somebody else. But, I mean, quite frankly, Pat, 20 teams, he'd start yesterday for easy.
Yeah. And I agree with that, and I do think he'll get paid. I don't think he's going to have to go to the Odell Beckham. Now, Odell made a ton last year, and that was helped to close on Lamar. Now he's back down to the reality of his world, $3 million in incentives. I don't think Howard's going to be in that boat. I think he's going to get at least $10 million a year for the reason you said. When you look at your team and say,
yeah,
he's a starter. That's no one's going to refute that. And then he might be your best corner.
Well, yeah. I mean, I root for the Giants. He'd clearly be the best corner on that team. He'd be the best corner on Washington. I mean, we can go down the list. Hell, with the way the two corners played in Philly last year, I know they're not going to sign him. He might be the best corner in Philly. I mean, my goodness, this is a number one corner. The only reason he wasn't number one corner in Miami was they got Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, and you got to play with three of them. So one means you can always throw away from one. Right? You don't even you can ignore Ramsey if you want to and throw the other way all day long. The old Deion Sanders rule. But I think he's a really good player. And I even though Stephon Gilmore's 34, last year and he said it to me, he goes, go look at last year. He led most tackles he's ever had. Now, part of that's because they're throwing him, but he had lots of pass defense. And if you've got a team full of kids, he's the kind of guy you want on your roster.
Pat, it looks like the Christmas games are going to Netflix. How annoyed is your audience who consumes football all the time? I mean, obviously, there's no bigger football fan if you listen to NFL radio on Sirius. How annoyed are they? How much are they hitting them with Amazon Prime, with all this, with having to get YouTube TV to get the Sunday ticket? How much more of an annoyance is this going to be to the football fan?
They're very disappointed, and they complain a lot about it, but they're all going to do it. And I mean, they're addicted to football. And everybody knows it, starting with the league. So they can add all the different venues they want. The people are going to buy it and then complain on my show. And I'm thinking the whole time, they pay for my radio show too. So they're paying 20 some odd dollars a month just for that. So I get where they're coming from, but they'll sacrifice some other way, like dinner or something. They'll skip meals.
Pat, I love you, but I'm not paying 20 a month. Okay. You cancel, they call you, they beg, you get it at like 7, but I know what you're saying. Okay. I'm joking with you. Hey, we got about 90 seconds. Aren't we going down the road of a pay-per-view Super Bowl? Because if you're paying for streaming, okay, won't the NFL 10 years from now, when the TV contract's up, go, okay, we can charge $100 for the Super Bowl. And if we get 20 million people to buy it, that's $2 billion.
Yeah, and that helps Roger reach his goal.
Right. I mean, don't you think that this streaming is truly paving the way for a pay-per-view Super Bowl?
Yes, absolutely. There's the guys running the revenue streams. I know them. I work for them. Those guys are going to tap every revenue stream there is until it backfires. And it hasn't backfired yet. It's discouraging to me that we take advantage of our fans like that, but we do, and it's not going to stop.
Pat Kirwan, moving the chains.
Pay $200.
No, but
Yes,
I paid $99. Okay, and how many people would if 120 and we 10 seconds here, but if 100+ million people are watching it for free, how many would pay $99? And that's just in the U.S. That's not talking worldwide. If all of a sudden, I'm just saying.
It's coming. 18 games will come first, then that'll come.
Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio, moving the chains, 3 to 7 weekdays, joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Pat, have a great weekend.
Take care, fellas. Thanks a lot. Talk to you Tuesday.
Pat Kirwan here on Miller and Moulton. We'll talk a little bit more about that on the other side. Pay-per-view Super Bowl. How much would you pay?
Locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, just to expand on that, what you just asked me during the break, my dad has always made it a huge deal. The Super Bowl is always like big party. Actually watch the game. Bunch of food. You ever spend time in Clearwater?
Not really. Why, are you heading up there?
Yeah, either today or tomorrow at some point.
Who's there?
Brother's girlfriend, Bailey, who I'm also close friends with, so it's always fun when she's in town.
This the season ticket holder?
Yeah. Yes, she commandeered the tickets.
So this is your sister-in-law?
Yeah, pretty much. Been together like 6 years.
Whole real estate business is getting in the way of my golf. Got to cancel my tee time today. Got to cancel it Tuesday.
Boy, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, you should see when I bitch in front of my wife. She's about to stab me with sharp objects.
I could totally, and I don't blame her at all.
I don't either.
I'd testify on her behalf. So would you.
No, last night I was like saying what I was going to make for dinner, and I said, "Well, tomorrow I'm not playing golf." She's, "I know you're not playing." Says, "It's not. The point was I'm not playing golf. So if I want to make a sauce or something, I've got time to make a nice dinner tomorrow afternoon." It's like, oh.
Happy Mother's Day, honey. You could use me to increase your stock at home. So listen, we had a poll question today. Okay. Moulton doesn't even get his wife gifts on Mother's Day. He says it's just reserved for his mom. That it's up to his kid to do that. I mean, at least, you married the better part of the show, honey.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Then the Diamond District bonus hour for those in the 239 and the 904. Thanks for being with us on this Friday. Hope you've had a good week. It's Mother's Day on Sunday. And for the first time, we've made it the focus of a poll question. So, if you're married and you have kids, do you get your wife something for Mother's Day? She is the mother of your children, after all. Or do you just see Mother's Day as something for your mom, and that it's up to your kids to provide the gifts for the mother of your children on Mother's Day? And that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
Most of you are good people.
His co-host is not a good person, apparently.
28% of you have to work on some things.
I just think, I mean, come on. I paid for all the gifts for how long? I mean, seriously, when do you stop? First off, when they're really little, they draw something for mom and what have you, but you get flowers or candy or something and you put their name on it and you have them walk up and, "Look, Mom, happy Mother's Day." And of course you paid for it. Okay. But I mean, when does that stop? When does it kind of like,
That's a great question, because my daughter's still in the "I'm making something for mom" category.
Well, and she's still young enough and, it's cute enough that, I'm sure your wife is thrilled with that.
Well, I always up the ante.
Oh, okay.
And then I get her something.
You get her
more
something.
I get my wife something. And then more than anything, my wife desperately wants, what do you want for Mother's Day? Peace and quiet is the answer I get a lot of the time.
So Mother's Day is becoming Father's Day, huh?
Very much so.
Oh,
my wife works a ton. She has a hard job. She wants Sunday to be a day of rest from start to finish.
Fine. I mean, does she realize that husbands can go a full day without talking to their wives? If this is the greatest gift in the world, honey, we could do this more than just one Sunday a year.
Yes, but I would have to take the daughter with me, because that 3-letter word, mom, 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 that doesn't stop.
Yeah, you got to have a play day that year. Yep. Unfortunately, it's at some mom's house. That's the problem.
Right. You asked a question before we went to break, David, about a pay-per-view Super Bowl.
Right.
Just had Pat Kirwan on. Pat Kirwan says it's inevitable that it will happen at some point. 18-game schedule first, but then look for a pay-per-view Super Bowl. David, we didn't even ask for texts. And they started coming. First one said, no, I will not buy Netflix or other just for NFL. If I can't see it, I won't be a fan of it. Another texter, pay-per-view Super Bowl, I wouldn't pay unless my team was in it.
Okay. That's what you say now. The reason that I would disagree with some of those that are going to text in right now and go, hell no, is one, because you're not doing it yet. But also two, because maybe you're only getting a very small to no part of your sports via streaming. We've got 9 or 10 years left on our network TV deal with the NFL. There's not going to be a pay-per-view Super Bowl during this contract. The NFL can't do it contractually. So there's no chance of a pay-per-view Super Bowl before like 2034. But my thought process, and I could be completely wrong, is if all of these leagues are slowly figuring out how many of you bought Peacock for the Dolphins-Chiefs playoff game. Admit it. How many of you did it? Super Bowl's a one-time purchase. That's it. Don't have to worry about canceling it. It's a one-time purchase. And I think, Mark, what would happen is there'd be a whole bunch of people who go, and then one of their friends would say, well, I'll buy it. Why do you come over? And then everybody would chip in, just like the squares.
Ooh. All right. You just threw out something there. You said, I'll buy it. Come on over.
Mm-hmm.
Not I'll buy it. You can come over and chip in for it.
No, but that'll be implied.
It will?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I'll buy it. You get Tony, get Mark, get, how about each, and I don't have to break even on this. How about you just all throw in $10? Bring some beer and throw in $10. What do you say? Okay.
This
Especially
to me
when
is like charging to go see my kid play a sport.
Okay, but it's
when I invite someone over for I would think.
Come on now, you've never done that? Somebody's buying the box. When boxing was a thing, you never went over a friend's house and threw $10 on the table and said, hey, thanks for doing this. Okay. And he, hosted like 6 or 8 of you and you watched the big fight. You never watched the Tyson fight over somebody's house and threw $10 on the counter?
I was the one usually getting the fight.
Okay.
And if people paid, great. If not, I said, I'm getting the fight. Come on over.
Oh, okay.
I never expected it. If they gave it, it was great.
Did you make them bring food or something? I just think that, this is an unofficial national holiday. I don't think people would give it up. For something that in the grand scheme of things, and listen, I know the thought right now bothers the hell out of you. I get it. It's $100. It's a Super Bowl. It's the last game you're going to see for 7 months. You're really not going to watch the Super Bowl? You're not going to watch the Super Bowl. You're not going to want to watch the Super Bowl? Especially when all of a sudden you can realize, well, I don't have to pay the $100. Okay, maybe it'll cost me $10. Oh, yeah, watch it over Johnny's house. That'll be fine. Besides, we'll get some good eats, good company. Yeah. That's why I think there's 110 million people who watch it. If they put it on pay-per-view, charge $99, how many would buy it? You only have to get 1 out of 5. 1 out of 6. You're talking about $2 billion. $2 billion. What these networks pay per year, you'd get in an afternoon if you're the NFL. And we as sports fans over the next 10 years, Mark, are going to pay for how much of our sports via streaming?
the majority of it. And you and I are already, you and I are both ESPN Plus guys. I've got Peacock. I mean, the Olympics are going to be on Peacock. We've got to have Peacock, David.
Damn right you do. Gymnastics, baby.
Goodness gracious.
Men's and women's. Yep.
And I have Netflix. So I'm already paying for
right.
everything.
Right. One-time deal, baby. $99.
I would pay.
Also,
even if I wasn't doing this for a living.
Also, and I've never been a Sunday ticket guy. And the last half dozen years, I'm working Sundays, so there'd be no reason to be. But even before then, I was not a Sunday ticket guy. How many of you have been paying for Sunday ticket in some way, shape, or form? And now what? You're going to have to do it through YouTube TV, right? So you're already paying. Many of you are paying. You pay in some way, shape, or form to be in fantasy leagues. You're going to draw the line and not watch the Super Bowl. You're in all year. Nope. I'm drawing the line at the Super Bowl, though. Nope. Not going to do it. I'm sorry. I don't believe us. I think this is immediate outrage at the thought of it. But
then there's this answer as the text line's blowing up. Buy it. Not even a question. I'm a meth head when it comes to that league. Yes. This person says, me and my friends do it with every big UFC fight. Chipping in.
Trent, you don't make a lot of money, and that's an understatement. $99 for the Super Bowl. Would you do it?
Of course. Find a way. Now, maybe it would be a situation where I go over somewhere that...
Yeah, you'd be at my house. Don't kid yourself if you're still working here, but
But I'd bring a case with me,
There you go. Look at that. I've already got some beer.
Yeah, see, there you go. And that's another reason why you'd spend
I may ask
$99.
Trent to bring wings because I know he'd only have 3 and I'd have the rest for me.
Oh, yeah, you got to invite like 6 people like that over. Yeah, get the 50 wings. You 6 can have like 20 of them. I'll have the other 30.
Yeah.
But that's my thought as to why I think the league will do this. Because, yeah, it's a huge risk and get a whole bunch of people, blank you, I'm not going to do it, and what have you. I don't know, man. I mean, think about it. This is how much this game means to us. People in this country want us to move it 1 week further back so we can have President's Day off after it.
And that will happen.
Yes, it will. So that's another reason why people are going to buy it. They got the next day off. Let's party.
I think because this is not going to happen in the near future, the pay-per-view Super Bowl, like David laid out, it can't even happen for another 10 years.
I don't think contractually for the next 9 or 10 years it can.
So I think it's easy to sit here and say you won't do it. But in another 10 years of football, and as David said, streaming becomes more of the norm and you become more comfortable with it and you're paying for it anyways, you're all going to buy the Super Bowl.
Now, the danger for the NFL is how attractive is the package to the networks if they don't every 3-4 years have a Super Bowl? I mean, the networks make a fortune on a Super Bowl. That's the NFL's way of patting them on the back and saying, hey, thanks for being a partner. Thanks for paying the $2.5 billion a year.
Now we've got 6 hours of pregame on NBC, but when the game starts, you have to go to Peacock and pay $99.99.
Exactly. But I'm just curious as to how, but then again, the NFL might look at the networks and go, yeah, you guys can't survive without us. So you lose once every 4 years, you lose a big gay. Don't know what to tell you. Suck it up and deal. Besides, you all have streaming services. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We're doing the pay-per-view. That money all goes to us. Got it.
Well, I mean, NFL Plus, they did release their own thing. Was that a year ago or 2 years ago?
But I think, David, it actually would be one of the networks. So they would go, when ABC does it, it would be on ESPN Plus. When NBC does theirs, it would be on Peacock.
Oh, no, I'm thinking about, no. The NFL puts it on pay-per-view and the money goes to the NFL. That's what I'm thinking. No, the NFL is thinking about this and they're going, we can get 20 million people to pay $100. That's $2 billion. Okay. So that takes a $2 billion that goes to our bottom line. Boom.
Technically, what they might have to pull off to do that might not be worth it.
Okay.
I don't know if they have the infrastructure to. The first time Netflix tried to do a live event, whatever that Bachelor show or whatever the hell they had on the you know what I'm talking about it, but it went terribly wrong.
Yeah.
They'd never done a live event before, and it was horrible, and they took a lot of grief for it. The NFL can't do this on their own and have a chance that it fails. And every time a new service comes up, they have a lot of trouble.
Which is interesting that the word is that the NFL is going to put their 2 Christmas Day games on Netflix. I mean, if it didn't work properly for that Bachelor show.
It did work properly for the Brady roast, though.
By the way, have we heard viewership at all for that? Just curious. Apparently, Brady bailed right after it, too. He wasn't in town for like another hour. He said goodbye to people and went straight to the airport.
Well, he did get destroyed.
Yeah, but he delivered at the end.
Yeah.
All I know is that I listened to Bledsoe on a national show, and he said he ended up at the Comedy Store till 3 a.m. after a bunch of the comedians all went, and they ended up seeing Chappelle at the Comedy Store, and he was at the Comedy Store till 3 a.m. He was on Dan Patrick, and he sounded rough. You could tell he'd been out all night.
Well, and how many all-nighters does Drew pull anymore, too?
Not too many.
Right. So that's all. I just thought that, we've been talking a little bit about streaming today, and, that with the whole NFL Netflix thing, I just thought last night, I'm like, this is greasing the skids for a pay-per-view Super Bowl here. They're starting to really go into streaming. Think about it. They're selling off a playoff game to these guys. They're selling off this, Amazon on Thursdays. Oh, Christmas Wednesday on Netflix?
And look at how they've already added another streaming service.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Quickly.
Mm-hmm. More money to the bottom line. $20 billion is not enough. And by the way, they continue to fire people with NFL Network and NFL Media. Budget cuts. Gotta budget cuts.
Rein it in, David. You've got to rein it in.
Right. Miller and Moulton. Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904. It's next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Are you looking to make this Mother's Day unforgettable? Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are excited to help. This year, she'll get the ice and you'll get the cooler. a premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. With their stunning selection of fine diamond jewelry and exotic gemstone jewelry, you'll be sure to find the perfect gift that will help make this Mother's Day special. And with your purchase of $1,800 or more, you'll receive a free premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. Whether you're already part of the Diamond District family or will be meeting them for the first time, you'll fall in love quickly with their selection, quality, value, and experienced non-commissioned team. Jason and Todd are in the store nearly every day and are excited to hand you a premium Yeti cooler when she gets the ice. Visit Jason and Todd with the Diamond District this Mother's Day week from the 8th through the 12th to receive your Yeti cooler with a purchase of $1,800 or more. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to the Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. You're muted if you tried to talk, David.
I don't understand Buried in Bourbon. When do the leaks begin?
For the schedule?
Is that what you're talking? Oh, the leaks usually come about during the day. And Wednesday next week is the schedule reveal. So the leaks start lunchtime. Damn.
Memphis and Arlington, Saturday at 1 on ESPN.
Oh, wow. I'll be nearby. I can go.
Take your mom.
I don't know. There's some whispering behind the scenes. I don't know. My godson's been very quiet lately. And his parents are wondering whether or not he's actually graduating tomorrow. They've gotten there's some intrigue. There's thought that maybe don't know if he's walking but not getting his diploma. Don't know.
What?
Yeah. So I'll be very curious what I'm flying into.
What are you going to then?
Well, exactly. Are we all just meeting in nearby Dallas for a steak dinner? Should I call Aikman and say, hey, do you mind if the family comes over? I mean,
I'll tell you, I was nervous as hell until I actually physically had the diploma in my hand. I thought there was going to be some hang up or something somewhere. Didn't complete this. Because remember, I did it. Half of my college was during the pandemic. So everything was online.
Right.
And it was confusing. So confusing, Yeah,
you guys got screwed. Your college experience got.
In some ways, because we also had online class every single day, which meant we could F off a lot more.
I got you, but schools were shut down. You did not get the college. I know for my son, he did not get a full college, and he didn't he hated the online class. He didn't learn as well in them.
I didn't learn anything the last 2 years. I mean, everything that I learned was from my job, like covering sports. I didn't learn anything from the classroom. Yet you got to pay all this money.
You gonna have some 8s this weekend?
Oh yeah. I actually like it.
8s.
Troy's beer.
Oh, nice.
Texas and Oklahoma is where it's distributed.
That's awesome. I love that. If I'm ever out that way, I got to try them.
It's pretty good. And apparently it's a healthy beer. I don't know. He made it. So I, of course, said to him, no, he was, telling,
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Friday. Hope you've had a good week. Thanks for spending part of it with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And that's where you can go to see our poll question, which is about Mother's Day. Is Mother's Day just for your mom, the parent? Or do you also get a gift for the mother of your children? And
Pretty
I'm a
simple.
bad person, apparently.
Well,
I, most years I don't. I just get it for my mom.
but this year, because you're going to be out of town, you felt a little guilty and you bought your wife something.
Well, and also, there's some things going on in our life.
Yep.
Morale's a little lower than you'd like it to be.
It
So
must
I
be
was
you bought flowers, David. I mean, for you to bring flowers into the home for your wife,
Okay.
that's
This is
shocking development.
This is how bad our life is, because it's well documented, if you've listened to the show for any period of time, that my wife has become the most unromantic, unwanting of any gifts person in the world. There's nothing that I can purchase for her.
Hates jewelry.
Absolutely hates it, which is, once again, the bonus hour brought to you by the Diamond District.
Sorry, I make up for everything she hates because my wife loves it all.
Yes, you do. And boy, do I thank you for it. Whew.
Flowers was never into, but that was because you had a cat.
Well, right. So I had to stop bringing flowers because the cats always ate them, knocked them over, the whole deal. Right. Yelled at me because I got her flowers.
Right.
Okay, well, then we stopped that. Right.
Chocolates have always been allowed.
That's the only thing I've basically been allowed to bring into the house for 20-something years. I took a chance last month, okay, because, morale's low. And not between the two of us, we're fine. But just life's winning right now. And that sucks. So I felt, we need to brighten up life here. And so I went and got flowers. And I'm literally going, man, these are either going to be beaten. I'm going to get beaten with these. Or she may actually go, hey, what? That's kind of nice. And she loved them. I mean, honestly, she actually paid attention, noticed what colored eyes I had. And it's been years since that's been the case. Okay. So, she loved them. And okay. So I took another chance. I'm like, well, I don't normally get her something for Mother's Day, but you know what? Worked so well last month.
Your haircut looks nice, by the way.
Oh my goodness. So this is how, and it's also well documented. My wife hasn't noticed a haircut of mine since the last Olympic Games, but what did I get her yesterday? Got her flowers. Now, did she notice the haircut right away? No. Whole day goes by because the flowers showed up by lunch. Whole afternoon, evening dinner, sat next to her on the couch watching our favorite TV show. Okay, no, nothing. Zip, zilch, nada.
Your wife's favorite TV show's the New York Rangers?
Okay, well, that's the other thing. Okay, I'm kind of watching it on the phone. Right. That's how much I was a giver yesterday. Got her flowers and missed the first period of Rangers Canes for the most part.
Wow.
I know. And so she's going to bed. And I'm thankful for that because I got to get back to the hockey game.
Right.
And priorities. And she looks right at me and she goes, did you get a haircut? Now, she's staring right at me. She's 1.5 feet from me. She's still not sure, but she did say, did you get a haircut? And I laughed and said, yes. And she said, when? Okay. That's how little attention. Okay. Right. Honestly, we could do weekend at Bernie's at this point. I could bring a cardboard cutout in as long as every 2 weeks the money showed up in the account. I could just put a cardboard cutout. Okay. It'd be fine.
Well, just put some flowers in that cutout's hand.
Oh my goodness.
Now you've set precedent, David.
If every 2 weeks the money went in the account and once a month flowers showed up, I really could have that affair. But so yes, flowers and noticed a haircut. It was a huge day yesterday. Huge. But that's our poll question. And, the 28 to 30% of you that are like me, you save Mother's Day for your mother, not the mother of your children. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Mom can get top billing for a day. I think she deserves a day. One day out of 365. This year, 366. Okay? Your wife gets top billing all those other days. Mom can't get it one day? One day. I don't think it's too much to ask. I don't.
I make sure I take care of both.
Do you get a Father's Day gift from your wife?
Every year.
Really?
Every year.
Wow. From your wife?
Yes.
Separate from your daughter?
Correct.
Oh my goodness. I'm shocked. I mean, I know your son doesn't send you anything. I mean, for goodness sakes, he doesn't even remember your birthday. I mean,
but you also, my wife lost her dad when she was 19.
Okay. All
so,
right.
maybe that has something to do with it.
Gotcha. She's also a really nice person, though, so which is, difficult for me to, comprehend.
But so's your wife.
I know.
And she doesn't get you a Father's Day gift?
No.
Not even a card?
I don't think so. No. No.
I can't wait for Father's Day in a couple months, and we're going to circle back on this, keep tabs on it.
If I get them, obviously it means a lot to me because I don't think so.
I'm not even going to be home on Father's Day this year. I'm flying out the weekend before I come back on Father's Day. I'm expecting to be picked up at the airport, with signs, balloons, gifts, showered in gifts. I won't, but I'm expecting that.
I was going to say, not from her. Are you kidding? This will be the best week of the year for your wife. All right. Your daughter might miss you.
Might.
No, just come on now. By about Tuesday, Wednesday of that week that you're gone.
Well, no, I'm only gone from a Thursday through a Sunday. So
okay. Oh,
long weekend.
I don't know. Depends. Throwing some soccer and gymnastics. I don't know. She might be okay with it. But anyway, that's our poll question. Do you get the mother of your children a gift on Mother's Day, or is it just for mom? Okay. And obviously, I'm a terrible human being. I mean, you should see the comments coming in the Twitch chat room. Basically, wow. Always thought you were at least a decent human being. Now, didn't realize you're this much of a blankety blank. I mean, can only imagine the text line.
There are many that are those that are on your side are adamant about it.
Okay, well, that's good because we're all going to be watching the Super Bowl together in future years, watching it on pay-per-view. Correct.
We've talked a little bit of hockey. Last night, the Rangers winning in overtime. That is 7 straight games for the Rangers in the postseason. David Moulton is starting to get a little bit giddy.
I really am. It's tough to contain it. I do have a question, though. This is what makes this sport. Is there another sport, I guess, soccer? Because the Rangers were outshot 47-25. They were out hit 2-1, and Carolina won 61% of the faceoffs. And if you don't follow hockey, that means possession of the puck. It's kind of a big deal. I mean, is there another sport you can win and lose the stat sheet that badly? Soccer?
Probably soccer.
But I mean, that's absurd. It's 2-1 shots, 2-1 hits. Okay, you lose 6 out of 10 faceoffs.
I mean, think about it. In basketball last night, one team made all the threes, the other one didn't.
There you go.
There was a blowout.
All right.
It's not like Boston's winning that game when they get outshot outside the arc the way that they did.
Right. Cavs made 13. Celtics made 8. That's a 15-point differential beyond the arc. They lost by 24.
Yeah, basketball's the one that you can pretty much look at the stat sheet, not know the score, and guess how the game went. Because of shooting threes. It used to be rebounds. Who won the rebounding battle won the game. 10 years or so ago, that changed.
In football, the famous stat, which held true forever, rushing yards. Almost every instance, whoever ran the ball for more yards won. I mean, there's a Florida-Tennessee stat. I think it's like 21 of the last 23 games. Whoever's rushed for more yards has won. But mean, while I'm watching the game, and I, obviously I understand a little bit about hockey. And so, I knew the Rangers were ham and egg in this game, and their goalie was, wow, is he going to steal another one? But when you look at the stat sheet, you're like, man, you can't, like in baseball, your Tigers the other day, we were joking, they managed to give up 5 hits and lost 5-4. How do you give up 5 hits and, and I don't think they had an unearned run that they gave up either. I mean, the Tigers had to work at losing that game. I mean, usually the stat sheet doesn't lie, though.
It didn't lie. One goalie stood on his noodle. And David, your team may have the best. I don't know if he's the best goalie, from October through, but right now, I don't think there's a goal. And he's a top 4 goaltender in the league. Right now, nobody's playing better.
No, for the longest time, it was you needed a Vasilevsky. Okay. And maybe, hasn't even taken a team to the finals yet. So, let's not get crazy. But the way he and they are playing right now, we talked about a changing of the guard earlier in the NBA. LeBron, KD, Steph, and all that pushed to the side, and here comes the young guys. Even though Vasilevsky's not that old, I mean, we may be saying going forward, you know what you need, Mark? You need a Shesterkin.
Are you Shesterkin me off?
Exactly. You can use that a lot of different ways. We're going out, we're buying a Shesterkin. I mean, are we getting, is that actual meat, or are we buying the thing that's going to cook the meat? What does it sound like to you? We got to, what we need? We need a Shesterkin. Huh, damn right we do.
Put that on the smoker, 8-10 hours, it'll be delicious.
Well, right. Or is that the smoker? Okay. You know what we need? We need a Shesterkin. I mean, is that like getting a John Deere tractor finally? If we had a Shesterkin, this lawn would look great.
Getting a Traeger.
Yes.
To me, it sounds like turducken. It sounds like a.
Ooh.
Ooh. Wow.
Ooh.
It sounds like a fancy.
Imagine if John Madden ever did hockey. Hey, you know what you need, Pat? Okay. What you need is a Shesterkin.
It's kind of like a turducken.
Right. Only you
got
don't
2 arms, 2 legs, you got the pads, makes the save here, makes the save there. Boom. You're up 3-0 in the series.
Get a couple guys to hit some people in front of the net. That's how you play winning hockey. But you need a Shesterkin.
Certainly helps to have when Rangers up 3 spit against Carolina. The Bruins and the Panthers getting back at it this weekend.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Are you looking to make this Mother's Day unforgettable? Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are excited to help. This year, she'll get the ice and you'll get the cooler. A premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. With their stunning selection of fine diamond jewelry and exotic gemstone jewelry, you'll be sure to find the perfect gift that will help make this Mother's Day special. And with your purchase of $1,800 or more, you'll receive a free premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. Whether you're already part of the Diamond District family or will be meeting them for the first time, you'll fall in love quickly with their selection, quality, value, and experienced non-commissioned team. Jason and Todd are in the store nearly every day and are excited to hand you a premium Yeti cooler when she gets the ice. Visit Jason and Todd with the Diamond District this Mother's Day week from the 8th through the 12th to receive your Yeti cooler with a purchase of $1,800 or more. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to the Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
What do you got this weekend?
Got a softball game tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Nice.
That's about it. Showing houses today and tomorrow. Hopefully you can find this young man a home. I would be very excited if we can do that.
How old is he?
I would guess around 30. I've not asked.
Nice. If I have a house by 30, I'll be happy. In this market.
Yeah.
This is normally the time I'd go say good morning to Tom.
I feel bad for him. He was not here that long. That's a tough move down and get gassed that quickly. That sucks.
Yep. I've got these shorts that I really like. These Nike blue shorts.
Gotcha.
And yesterday I'm eating a quarter pounder with cheese. Grease. Grease just drips out of it onto the shorts. And I'm like, oh. This sucker's over, as David would say.
Boy, thank goodness that you didn't buy those Apollo Creed shorts and drip grease on those.
that would ruin my day. Here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. A pick or two. A boost, a sprinkle. It's all coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. We're backing up the truck on the Pacers tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, we put the rest of our bankroll on it, David. We're about out. Our original $50 deposit is running low.
So we're backing up the truck on the Pacers, laying 7.5 tonight, are we?
If they cover before the start of the Edmonton game, we're putting all of it on the Edmonton Oilers.
Whoa. We're not just going to take our winnings and put them aside and then maybe place a side bet on it. Well, okay. Well, then why don't we also, do you want to do a parlay or we get?
I'd have to deposit more money to do that.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Well, then we
It
can't
can be
do that.
done.
All right. Let's just see if we can actually, pull it off one time. Get the early game right, and then back up the truck, put it all in the late game, and really make some big money. I mean, $13-14.
Our $50 bankrolls lasted about 5 months here.
I know. I'm impressed. Considering for 3 months we couldn't lose a bet. Unless you know how bad we've been in the last couple of months. That is for sure. Do you think, by the way, Beverly got 4 games enough for throwing the ball and hitting the Pacers fan in the head? I mean, you think that's enough? Would you have done more? I mean,
8 teams in the last 3 years. At this point, just ban them from the league. Come on.
Well, not for that.
Get them out of here.
Ban someone for the league.
My point is just I don't know how much longer he's going to play anyways.
Well, I agree with you there. I do think that, he's at the point where between age and production, and people may just say, yeah, I don't need your shenanigans anymore. You don't help me win. So that's entirely possible. But
see, Luka got into it with a fan last night.
Did you see game 1? What the fan did to Luka? The ball goes out of bounds, a side out of bounds.
Right.
Goes right into the fan. Luka wants, okay, run over. I'm going to inbound the ball. Let's go. The guy's got the ball. Luka comes over, looks right at him, extends his hands like, give me the ball. The guy looks at Luka, and the fan bounce passes it to the left of the official. Like, no, you check him in. Luka, did you see Luka's reaction? Luka looks at the guy and he gives him the crestfallen reaction, like, oh, come on, man, I'm right here. Why'd you do me like that? But I missed it last night.
Last night, he apparently said the guy attacked his family or, berated his family, but Luka got into it with because it was right where, 2 football players. It was Murray and I think was it James Conner that were sitting there.
Might have been.
And the announcer's like, "Oh, he's talking with Kyler Murray and James Conner." No. He was talking with the fan that he was berating the guy next to him.
That's not good. That's not good. At least it was a lighthearted moment, in game 1.
Yes.
I just don't want, you wonder if gambling is also going to make it worse between the fans and the players. Because now
there's one sport where it really could. Golf. And I'm not joking. If I'm betting on David Moulton and Trent Balley's in the lead, and I'm at the tournament, like they did at that celebrity tournament, when someone just yelled in the backswing of one of the Tahoe tournament.
Yeah. I think
Mr. Scheffler. I mean,
yeah, I think you're onto something here. Yeah.
That's the sport where it could be bad.
We've already started to see a little bit of that with the whole Bryson DeChambeau, Brooks Koepka rivalry. There were some Koepka fans that were yelling, and swinging and stuff.
Yeah. But for the most part, usually they rein it in pretty quickly in golf. But I'm just wondering.
But it wouldn't take much.
No, it wouldn't. Plus, also think about it. If you're out there on the golf course, you've been out there for a few hours, you're walking the course, you've been drinking, you're a little tired. Now you're losing money because of so and so.
And it only takes, if Justin Thomas is in it, he's got rabbit ears. It only takes one thing to say to him to take him out of his game.
Well, Mark, that's just you. I mean, come on. That's on your fandom bucket list. One of the top 5 is you want to heckle Justin Thomas. When he played, was it Doral? Where was he? He was in Florida, wasn't he? When the one guy was giving him a hard time and he
hit the shot and the fan yelled, "Go in the bunker," and he had the fan thrown out of the tournament.
Right. Thrown out for getting the bunker.
I'm sorry, you've got rabbit ears, young man.
And it was at that moment, Trent, that Mark decided I'm rooting against Justin Thomas for the rest of his days on Earth. And so I could see you. You know
better than that. I would never. Heckling a golfer walking down the fairway is one thing. I would never.
No, not in this
backswing.
backswing. No. You'd never do that. But I could see you. They they're not doing that well or what have you. And I could see you from the gallery going, looking good, JT. Okay.
I might say if one went in the bunker, don't anybody say anything about that. He'll have you thrown out.
I could see you saying, couple par in for 74, JT. Way to go. That golf trash talk.
There needs to be more golf trash talk. Phoenix is great.
I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world.
The players would.
Well, and with the money involved, and you could see if you're the PGA Tour trying to get, the tour is about to become unprofitable. The tour was a cash cow forever. The networks also may be like, we ain't getting the ratings we used to get. We got to make our money elsewhere.
When the Masters was down as significantly as it was, golf's got a problem.
Yeah.
And this whole separate tours is not working for golf. Fans have made their mind up that they're not watching either. They found other things to do on Sunday, David, and golf ratings are down.
If you're running the PGA Tour, what philosophy do you agree with? Are you an American tour, or do you have to become more of a world tour?
I'm an American tour.
Okay, so you're willing to give, whether it's the DP World Tour, whether it's LIV, you're literally willing to go, no. We're just doing our thing. Playing all our events here, maybe one in Canada, one in Mexico, but you know what I mean. We're an American tour, and I don't care that they love golf in Australia. Just don't care. Don't care about how much they love it in Europe. Don't care about Asia. We're the PGA Tour. We're doing America. You guys do whatever the hell you want, because that's really forget the money. Okay, that's really now the philosophical debate that's going on. Rahm, Rory, others, they're like, guys, for our sponsors and our brand, we're missing out here. Have you heard about Asia? Have you seen what the NBA did in the last 20 years? Hello?
And maybe you go there, maybe you can figure out a way to go there once, but I don't think you need to be having 10 events across the world. The English Premier League plays in England. It's the most popular soccer. It's the most popular league in the world.
But that's really the philosophical debate going on right now. And I don't think it's a coincidence that, Rahm is obviously very American, but he's Spanish heritage. Okay. He thinks we should be doing this around the world.
Right. He already doesn't like his decision to go to Live Golf either.
Probably.
We've got to fix this. And PGA's coming up, so we'll get to see everybody play once again.
Happy, happy, joy. Hey, you want to have a beer? No, I hate you now. Oh, damn. You sure?
What's funny is they don't hate Brooks. They hate everybody else on that tour, but Brooks seems to just be fine.
And Dustin Johnson also. Nobody hates DJ.
Because Brooks is a guy's guy.
Oh,
Everyone loves Brooks.
They just want to party with DJ and his wife. I mean, come on.
Huh?
So, here we go. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all coming up.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Are you looking to make this Mother's Day unforgettable? Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are excited to help. This year, she'll get the ice and you'll get the cooler. A premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. With their stunning selection of fine diamond jewelry and exotic gemstone jewelry, you'll be sure to find the perfect gift that will help make this Mother's Day special. And with your purchase of $1,800 or more, you'll receive a free premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. Whether you're already part of the Diamond District family or will be meeting them for the first time, you'll fall in love quickly with their selection, quality, value, and experienced non-commissioned team. Jason and Todd are in the store nearly every day and are excited to hand you a premium Yeti cooler when she gets the ice. Visit Jason and Todd with the Diamond District this Mother's Day week from the 8th through the 12th to receive your Yeti cooler with a purchase of $1,800 or more. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to the Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller from Molly. Why Molly? 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So hopefully he's got something to say. I get there at 11 in the morning. He's already there with a bat and batting gloves, and he says to me, "Let's go to the dugout." I go to the dugout and get dressed.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Home plate. And he says to me, "Nobody in this stadium today, 55,000 people, are going to know this. I need you to go again 0 for 4. What's the difference? I need you to go 0 for 4 again. Nobody's going to know, but you're going to do it the right way. I'm tired of you hooking balls. I'm tired of you breaking bats. I'm tired of you striking out on staying on the curveball or the changeup. I need you to hit it first at bat, a ground ball to short, second at bat, a fly ball to left, and hopefully you can get blown up. And the reason I'm telling you blown up, meaning jam, hit the ball. He wants you to break your bat. He wanted that, and the reason for it is he says, it doesn't. You've already wasted 24 at bats doing it wrong. At least let's do it right to hopefully get you going for the later weeks that are ahead. And what he was trying to do was kind of calm me down a little bit, anxiety, bring it down a notch, and be able to enjoy myself, do it right. As my first at bat, I hit a ground ball to short. I look up to the skybox, and he's waving his hands. He goes, "Yes, yes." And I'm so pumped because I just hit a ground ball to shortstop, and I'm so happy. I didn't get a hit, but I'm so happy I did what he wanted me to do. Next at bat, I hit a fly ball to left. He's going up like this. He's like, "You're right on it. You're right on it." The next day and the next day, 3 for 4, 2 for 4. My rookie slump was over.
That's amazing. So he got you away.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
that happens, you got to just quit.
So, did you see the post-game presser with Luka, or hear about this, David?
It sounds like two people. Yeah.
No, it was phone. No one was having sex in the back.
Right.
Somebody on their phone, I
Right.
was watching a porn, had their own personal porn, whatever they had, but there's groans come out like a woman in the throes of passion. Puts his head down. He starts laughing, says, I hope that wasn't live.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Final segment of Miller and Moulton for the week. You missed any part of any of our shows, go to millerandmoulton.com. Download what it is you missed. We had Pat Kirwan on for a couple segments last hour. Pretty good conversation about a variety of things, if we do say so ourselves.
I will say, if you have a moment today, check out the post-game presser after the Mavs game last night with Luka Doncic on the stage and the noises that come from somewhere not on stage. Something that you really can't describe because you got to see Luka's face when it happens. Delivers a pretty good line. And I wouldn't do it at work. I'd do it somewhere where you're not around a lot of other people because
not safe for work is the way to put it.
Yeah.
But it's worth your time.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
we start in 1869 when the Golden Spike was delivered, completing the first transcontinental railroad. 1877, President Rutherford B. Hayes has the first phone installed in the White House. J. Edgar Hoover named head of the FBI today in 1924.
Kept the job till what, early 70s? I mean, I think he died in like 72 or something like that.
Walter Hagen wins his fourth British Open today in 1929. Churchill becomes the British Prime Minister today in 1940. Hank Aaron hits his only inside the park home run today in 1967. Bruins would win the cup today in 70. Bobby Orr with the famous goal where he's in the air, photographed as they win in overtime to sweep the St. Louis Blues. And today, this mostly for you and I, David, in 1976. Paul Harvey's The Rest of the Story premieres on ABC Radio. It would run until 2009.
And now you know the rest of the story.
Fred Astaire, Pat Summerall, Sid Vicious, all born today. Basketball coach Jim Calhoun is 82. Singer Donovan is 78. Chris Berman is 69.
Hey, Boomer.
And Bono from U2 is 64.
Bono is 64, huh?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Mhm.
Trying to think about what year I saw him for the first time. It was 40 years ago. So, yeah, guess so.
What did I miss, David?
Not much. I got to be honest with you. There's one thing. Did you mention Churchill?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a big Churchill guy. So, not so much on you. I don't really pay attention to you this segment, but
Right. I put certain things in for you.
No, and that was nice of you. I appreciate that.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Naples for the good in what could have been an ugly. A man going into cardiac arrest collapsed to the ground on Saturday. That's when Kevin Sparks, Danny Fillmore, and Collier deputy Mason Hampton all jumped in to help. The first two started CPR when the deputy came over and said, "Do you want me to take over?" He had the AED machine. They all worked together and did not stop until they knew the man was okay. He is alive. He does have a major injury to his jaw from when he fell, but great job by those three for jumping into action. For the bad, we go to the friendly skies. When you fly Uber Air, you expect certain things to happen in a group of passengers who are on a Spirit Airlines flight. Boy, you got to love that airline. A fight broke out on a flight from Myrtle Beach to Logan International, all captured on cell phone video. Spirit has banned everyone who fought for life. When you get banned from Spirit Airlines, you've hit a new low.
Yeah, I don't think it can get much worse than that. Not only are you flying Spirit, which I fly Spirit often, budget, but to get banned.
To get banned on Spirit.
That's bad.
Finally, the ugly. We go to Fort Myers, where the Lee County Sheriff's Office is investigating after a thief or group of thieves broke into a woman's home and stole her deceased mother's ashes out of an urn. Not making this up. When the young lady came home from work last week, she noticed that her home had been broken into. It didn't have the deadbolt on anymore, and she said she had a weird feeling. She went to the bedroom where her mom, her dad, and her brother's ashes were. Mom's ashes were gone. They also stole mom's wedding ring out of her jewelry box. Dad's and brother's ashes still there.
Man, that would freak me out. I got to be honest. That would. Wait a minute. You only took mom? Why? Is this personal?
Sure seems like it.
Right.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, May the 10th, 2024.
Like when they broke into the back of my my dad's mom, my grandmother's car, and it was shortly after my grandfather died. And I think I was 10. And she still had the urn in the back seat. And they broke into her car and they took the urn. And she was really upset. And I got to admit, my mom knew just how to calm her down. She said, Mickey, because her name was Margaret. Mickey, don't worry about it. Okay, they just took Cliff down to the docks and they just rolled him and smoked him. Don't worry about it.
Roll me up and smoke me when I die. Willie Nelson.
Willie and Snoop.
Yep.
So there you go. Well, we got 2 NBA games. ESPN, by the way, if you're into the association, 7 and 9:30. Knicks Pacers. Knicks missing another starter. Brunson's questionable. Indiana getting 7.5, and they're desperate, down 2-0. We are backing up the truck on the Pacers, right?
We are.
Okay.
We are. Trent hates that bet, don't you?
I'm rooting for the Knicks, so I know David is too, obviously. David's a fan, but the Knicks just keep finding ways to win. And as long as Brunson's on the court, they can beat anybody because he'll go head-to-head with the best of them. I love this Knicks team. They're so fun.
They are.
They just keep taking shots. They're like, all right, what else you got?
What is this, a Rocky movie? They're going back into the corner. Creed's kicking their butt. Cut me, Mick. Cut me. I mean, what?
As a matter of fact, it is.
It is.
David, that's actually a damn good. You were joking, but that's actually a good analogy.
It's an iconic
because
Rocky fight.
they keep taking punches and keep coming back when you don't think that they can.
They're a hydra. You cut off one head, 2 more grow back. As long as Brunson's healthy, they can beat anybody.
Is he Michael Jordan? Am I missing? I mean, don't get me wrong. He's amazing. He's doing great things. But, I mean, he cannot leap tall buildings in a single bound.
No, he
They have
can.
3 starters that are out. 3 starters.
Yep.
He's averaging 40 in the
I
playoffs.
understand it. He has to. There's
And he's
no one
doing
else
it.
on the team.
But he's doing it, is my point. They're up 2-0. They're gonna go up 3-0.
No, they're not.
You guys are
No,
putting
they're
the case for-
not.
No,
They're not going to win either game in Indiana.
If they do win tonight, I'm gonna be insufferable.
I
Just
would
shut your
deserve
phone off
that.
now. If they go up 3-0, look out.
Why are the T-Wolves only a 4.5 point favorite? They're 6-0 in the playoffs. They won-
Desperation for Denver. I mean, it's a respect for the defending champs. Come on.
Murray's hurt. Minnesota looks like the better team.
They do.
Minnesota's home.
Number hasn't moved.
No, it hasn't at all. Hockey. Panthers in Boston, series tied at 1. They won 3 games in Boston last year in the playoffs in that best of 7. Does anybody think home ice means anything in that series at all? Panthers, Bruins? I mean, Bruins will go as far as Swayman takes them, right? So, but 7 o'clock tonight, TNT. 10 o'clock tonight, Edmonton to Vancouver. Mark, for whatever reason, the Oilers cannot beat the Canucks this year. They're 0-5.
Wow.
Yeah. Went 0-4 in the regular season. And then obviously we saw what happened in the playoff game where they blew a 4-1 late second period lead. So for whatever reason, Vancouver's got it on Edmonton tonight. But you and I are betting the Oilers, who are a slight favorite in the game. You know who didn't play well in game 1? Connor McDavid didn't have a shot on goal. Had an assist on the first goal and did not have a shot on goal. Connor McDavid. If there's a parlay tonight, don't you have to bet on him scoring?
Ooh, look at David going for a boost.
What is it again?
Baseball.
I'll check on it for
Connor
you.
McDavid. Is there
Okay.
a prop bet about him scoring tonight? He's the best player in the game. He did not have a shot on goal in game 1. Don't you think he takes that personally?
I would hope so.
I'll
The
get
best
back
player
to
in the
you.
damn game.
Okay. Rays are hosting the Yankees this weekend at the Trop. Rays, who have won 5 of 6 to get back to 500.
The Yankees, who are just beating everybody up.
And the Marlins are hosting the
Baltimore.
Phillies. Best team in baseball, the Philadelphia Phillies. Okay, Phillies are big favorites tonight, minus 200. They should probably be even bigger favorites. So Roger Suarez is on the mound for the Phillies. He's 6-0. His ERA is $1.07. The Marlins have Trevor Rogers, who's 0-5 with an ERA over 6. Now, either this is as big a mismatch as you can get in baseball, and minus 200 should be double that, or it's baseball. Even the worst teams in the league win 1 out of every 3, 1 out of every 4 games. Do you bet Trevor Rogers and the Marlins?
David, it goes against everything I stand for in life. It's putting good money on bad teams. And the Marlins are a bad team.
They are 10-29. In fact, tough to find somebody worse. Rockies are 9-28. It's about the same. Yeah, there you go. You got some interesting series out there in baseball this weekend. So,
Connor
Yeah.
McDavid, by the way, to score tonight is even money. Pretty much. It's plus 110. So they're telling you, I mean, they agree with David. He might take it personally, and he's going to
he
go
should.
throat.
He should. He's got to play better than that.
And
Not only that,
actually,
Draisaitl only played 17 minutes in game 1. That's a very low minutes total for one of the elite players in the game. They mentioned something about he was dehydrated. What? That's crazy. They had like 6 days to get ready for this game. What's going on? So people are wondering if there's like a team-wide flu in Edmonton.
If you want to take it a step further, Connor McDavid to be the first goal scorer is plus 700. If you think he's coming out firing.
There is a little bug going on. It's called the playoffs, and they're a team from Canada.
But they're playing another one from Canada.
I understand that.
Right.
Someone's got to win so they can get beat by Colorado or Dallas. And the drought continues for teams north of the border.
So we got Wells Fargo going on at Quail Hollow. Got all the top players except Scheffler in it because it's an elevated event a week before the PGA. And Nelly Korda's got as big a comeback as she's had to muster during this 5-match winning streak.
Yeah, she's
6 back,
right? Something like that.
Yep, 300 T18, 6 back of Rose Zhang, the 20-year-old American who was taking the tour by storm before this Nelly Korda took it by storm.
Going for 6 in a row. That is an amazing accomplishment if she can even come close to that. 5 in a row is already outstanding, but to see if she could get to 6, she's going to have to play some impressive golf the next 3 days. 7 back already.
So, poll question, do you get somebody, do you get your wife, the mother of your children, a Mother's Day gift, or do you just save it for mom on Mother's Day?
73% of you get your wife a gift.
Wow. I'm a really bad person. I did not know. I thought better about myself until this show.
You're on the positive side this time. You haven't been in past years, but
no, this year I got her flowers
and it went over really well. Huh.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe that'll start a trend in the Moulton house.
So I have to keep buying her flowers? Oh,
yes. Listen, Trent, you can say nothing right now.
Yeah, really.
Did you send your mom a card? No. You had to use your brother to try to bail your hind end out on Mother's Day.
As is often the case.
For goodness sakes, when she came down before, she took you shopping. She bought you pants and everything. I mean, come on now.
You know what? She should have bought you a stamp and said, put this on an envelope with a card at Mother's Day.
Too late now, buddy. Your brother better come through for you. You're going to lose your place at the next Lions home playoff game if you keep this up.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Are you looking to make this Mother's Day unforgettable? Jason and Todd with the Diamond District are excited to help. This year, she'll get the ice and you'll get the cooler. A premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. With their stunning selection of fine diamond jewelry and exotic gemstone jewelry, you'll be sure to find the perfect gift that will help make this Mother's Day special. And with your purchase of $1,800 or more, you'll receive a free premium Yeti cooler valued at $300. Whether you're already part of the Diamond District family or will be meeting them for the first time, you'll fall in love quickly with their selection, quality, value, and experienced non-commissioned team. Jason and Todd are in the store nearly every day and are excited to hand you a premium Yeti cooler when she gets the ice. Visit Jason and Todd with the Diamond District this Mother's Day week from the 8th through the 12th to receive your Yeti cooler with a purchase of $1,800 or more. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to the Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps. Have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today.
Smile.
Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.